Okay, members of council, if you can please take your seats. This meeting is now resumed. Before the recess, council was debating the mayor's key matter, item CC 44.14, on immediate steps to address gun violence. Before we return to that item, I would take the release of Member Holtz. Councillor Fragadakis.
Sorry, I'm trying to release, to speed the agenda along.
Oh, thank you. We appreciate it.
Thanks. So it's on page 4, HL 28.3, Climate Change Vulnerability Assessment of the Food System in Toronto. I can release that. I just like a recorded vote.
Okay, on page 4, HL 28.3, Councillor Fragadakis is releasing recorded vote.
Councillor Mammoliti, please.
The item carries unanimously, 35 in favor.
Can I ask to have that open and vote on it?
Councillor Fragadakis.
Yes, on page 6, item PG 31.1, Technical Amendments to Zoning Bylaw 569-2013 and the General Zoning Bylaws for the former area municipalities. I've had my questions answered from staff and I can release it, and I just wanted to have a recorded vote.
On page 6, PG 31.1, Councillor Fragadakis is releasing recorded vote.
Swaying. Councillor Giorgio, please.
Councillor Mammoliti, please. Councillor Cressy, Councillor Burnside, Councillor Palacio.
The item carries unanimously, 38 in favor.
Councillor Fragadakis.
Yes, on page 3, it's EX 36.4, Delegation of Authority for the remainder of the 2014-2018 council term. I have an amendment, if the clerks can put it up. It's the usual motion that I move during the summer and winter recess. Okay, then I'll continue to hold it, and I'll actually advance circulate it so that everybody can see what it is.
Thank you. Councillor Mammoliti.
Madam Speaker, page 8, EY 32.22. I'll release that. My questions have been answered.
On page 8, EY 32.22.
Yeah. You want to hold it, Gord? Okay. I'll let Councillor Perks hold it. It's fine. And CC 44.9, I'd like to move a referral motion.
What page was that?
That would be page CC 44.9,
Oh, page 15?
page 12, I believe, yeah.
Oh, well, we haven't gone through the members' motions yet. Well, on page 12.
No, it's page 12, CC 44.9, yeah.
Oh, okay, CC 44.9.
You're holding it? No, I'll hold it. I'll keep holding it then. It's fine.
Okay. Counselor Layton?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I was hoping that I would have an opportunity to introduce a motion without notice regarding an update on negotiations and lockout at Exhibition Place. You have a copy, and as does the clerks.
Yeah, we're not there yet. Counselor Layton, we're doing quick releases. Counselor Fletcher?
Oh, thank you. The number, page 6, GM 29.27, expropriation of 300 Commissioner Street. And I believe that report has been submitted, so I'd move that with that report, Speaker.
Okay, on page 6, GM 29.27, Counselor Fletcher is releasing. On favor?
Recorded.
Recorded. On page 6, GM 2927. Expropriation of 300 Commissioner Street.
Counselor Wong-Tam, please.
Counselor Grimes, please.
The item is adopted 38 to nothing. It is unanimous.
Okay. Counselor Palacio.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Page 8, EY 32.20. That's a request to direction to, and that's for 980 Lansdowne Avenue. I would like to move the recommendations within the report, including the supplementary report, and there is a motion also that I would like to move. That's being forwarded by the Chief Planner.
That's on page 8, EY 32.20.
That's correct. And record a vote, please.
Okay, Counselor Palacios. The amendments on the screen, recorded vote.
Counselor Pillion, please.
Counselor Pasternak, please. And Counselor Shiner, please, when you're seated.
The amendment is adopted unanimously, 41 in favor.
Item as amended. Do you want a recorded vote? Recorded vote.
Counselor Shiner, please. Deputy Mayor, please.
Counselor Cole, please.
The item as amended carries unanimously, 41 in favor.
Counselor Baila.
On page 10, Madam Speaker, T 34.53, 1245 Dupont Street Part Lot Control Exemption Application. I have an amendment that staff had asked me to move.
Okay, the amendments on the screen, that's on page 10, T 34.53.
Ask staff.
All in favor? Carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Recorded vote.
Counselor Shan, please. And Counselor Wong Tam, thank you.
Counselor Fragedakis, please. Okay, thank you.
The item is amended, carries unanimously, 43 in favor.
Counselor Holliday.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wondered if it was appropriate to try and adjust a timed item today because of the audit item. It doesn't look like we're going to make it to it until the end of the day, which I don't think is very practical, considering we may need to go into camera and it may need a couple of hours of debate. And so what I would propose, if it's in order to do so right now, is to move it to essentially the same time slot tomorrow afternoon, which would be following Councillor de Baermaeker's timed item immediately after lunch.
So I believe we do have a timed item tomorrow.
We do. It's Councillor de Baermaeker's is the first item after lunch.
So following Counselor de Baermaeker's
Correct.
item?
Which is essentially the same time slot as today, just tomorrow. Because we would have the chief and other senior members of staff that are waiting to deal with this audit item, and I'd like to be able to let them go.
Okay, is that okay with council? Okay, on favor, carried. Counselor de Baermaeker.
Madam Speaker, I'm just wondering if this is time to introduce a notice without motion?
No, not yet, not
Okay,
yet.
my apologies.
Even if you're the deputy speaker. Sorry.
Tried to sneak it in.
Thanks for trying. Is it about the SWT? Then?
Yeah, it is.
Is it? SWT.
Little extension up to Steeles Avenue.
To which avenue?
Steeles.
Still. Back down through the Rouge Park. Like a circle. Good idea. You know that transit map of all the crisscrossing things? Soon we're gonna have an SWT map. Just like that.
It'll pick up James Pasternak's work.
My favorite part of the Scarborough Waterfront Trail is the northern Etobicoke there, where it just meanders by.
Is the jog through Northern Etobicoke.
I had to pick up that boat somehow.
Vince, he's really happy.
So we have about 5 right now, and then a little bit later, we'll introduce a couple more. Okay? Okay.
I'm fine with that item. I'm fine with it now, so you can remove it.
You get to refer. Leighton's item is a problem.
Yeah. I have to vote, yeah.
Yes, Counselor Fragedakis?
Sorry, if I could, Councillor Thompson has just spoken to me. If I could try to release item EX 36.4 again? He says he's okay with it. This is just my standard notice of motion that's in the delegated.
Well, I don't know where Counselor Thompson is.
He's right here.
Oh, are you okay? All right. Are you okay with Counselor Fragedakis releasing? All right.
Sir,
Okay, on page 3, EX 36.4, Counselor Fragedakis wants to release.
and vote on my amendment and have a recorded vote.
What's the amendment?
Oh, it's up on the screen. It's my usual notice.
Are we okay, Counselor Perks? Well, he's holding the items down. Okay. Okay, continue holding it then, Counselor Perks? Yes, okay. All right. Okay. Counselor Cressy.
Thank you, Speaker. This is urgent as it relates to enhanced security measures and reduced pedestrian accessibility, and improvements are needed.
All in favor? Carried.
This motion is urgent in order to create a safe cycling environment related to a construction site that's pending.
Okay, all in favor? Carried. Okay, Councillor Cressy.
Thank you. This came from staff. It is urgent in order to continue with the design work during the election period.
All in favor? Carried. Okay, Councillor Fillion.
It's urgent because it should be considered in this term, and it's late because staff were helping me with the wording.
Okay, all in favor? Carried.
And the same,
Okay, Councillor Fillion.
the same explanation.
All in favor? Carried. All right. Councillor Marilyn, is that it? Councillor Shiner, your name is up there for what reason? Pardon?
Sorry, I was missing you. No, there's a, and I know how difficult it is. There was a notice of motion that my staff had sent in to the clerks.
Well, once the staff get it, then I'll...
Sorry, can I finish?
Oh, sorry.
That had missed the deadline, and they should have already, because it was sent in 1 minute after the deadline last week. So I don't know if they have it or not, and if we can put it up.
Okay, we'll ask staff.
It's been circulated? Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On a point of personal privilege, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce the members of IATSE Local 58 who are joining us in the chamber here today.
Okay, Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to introduce a motion without notice to get an update on negotiations and lockout at Exhibition Place of IATSE Local 58.
Okay, recorded vote. Councillor Karygiannis.
Councillor Colvin, you're seated, please. Thank
Councillor
you.
McMahon, please. Councillor Karygiannis. Councillor McMahon, your vote, please.
The motion to introduce does not carry. The vote is 22 to 21. The required majority has not been achieved.
Okay. So will, Councillor Karygiannis, your name is up there for what? It's there, I could see it. Okay. All right, so we'll go back to the mayor's key item, which is CC 44.14. If we can put the names on the screen. Counselor Matlow to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I could have the motions put up on the screen.
Apparently,
you know what, it's-
apparently your motion's not ready.
We can go with the motion that was drafted. It's fine.
They don't have it ready, Counselor Matlow. So, okay, just.
1 second.
Okay, just wait a minute.
Good luck, guys. Good luck, everybody. Get this settled. They're claiming they are not going to have a garden.
I hear a baby.
These guys said that they're.
I'm well, how are you? I can't talk right now. I'm just about to speak, but I have to say hi to you.
Okay? Counselor Matlow, the motion's ready.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion that you'll see in front of you. What this does is that it essentially replaces monies that would go to ShotSpotter and Moving Ahead Now with CCTV and invests in implementing our youth equity strategy, which has not been seen through to fruition. It is Council's policy and Council's strategy addressing the roots of youth violence. It also sends the ShotSpotter technology out to community consultation and asking for expert advice to be able to inform our decision. I, along with my community, for many, many years have been deeply pained and concerned about the number of youth in our city who are either brought into violence or subject to violence. And Madam Speaker, I cannot hear even myself think right now.
Can I please have some quiet? Counselor Al-Jamari, Counselor Shan, Pasternak. Okay.
And every time another kid dies, our leader or leaders at that time stand up and announce something to show that they're doing something. It happened under every single mayor. There's this pressure to look and seem like we are doing something. Yet every time that there is a strategy put in place to address the roots of youth violence, very few of those recommendations are seen through to fruition because they're long-term strategies. And it's also really hard to prove a negative. How do you prove, for example, that if you introduce a kid who might go on a really dangerous path to the arts or to something that might inspire him or her, how do you prove that they didn't end up killing somebody or getting involved in a gang? How do you prove that? Sometimes it takes a generation or more to be able to demonstrate that you've made real change within a community. So I'd like to ask my colleagues this through you, Madam Speaker. We are now being asked all of a sudden to support a multi-million-dollar sole source contract on a technology that I don't believe many of us even are familiar with. And how many of you, before you even read in the news a day ago, had ever heard of ShotSpotter? Michael Thompson has a lot of history here, but how many of us really know much about this? How many of us are equipped to vote on something that we are not even familiar with? What we do know is that there's a number of concerns that have been brought to our attention. Publications such as Forbes and the New York Times have investigated ShotSpotter and have raised significant concerns. Councillor Mihevc distributed a publication that, if I cite it here, there remains little external validation of ShotSpotter from researchers or government agencies, which often guide decisions made by local law enforcement. What we do know is that we have communities out there who feel incredibly vulnerable, who have genuine and significant concerns about increased surveillance. And what they're asking us for is to work with them and talk with them and listen to them before we invest in the enforcement surveillance side. But they have consistently told us that they want their kids to have opportunities to employment, to mental health supports, to addiction supports, that they want poverty addressed, they want racialization addressed. You know, years ago, when I first initiated the youth equity strategy, what I was inspired by was Curley and McMurtry's report on the roots of youth violence that still has not been fully implemented or seen through to fruition. Years ago, Councillor Thompson was the seconder of that. That's right. And every single time a kid gets killed, we announce another strategy. 2008. Over and over and over again. And I just feel like this is like, deja vu over again. Once again, another tragedy's happened, and we're talking about some sort of RoboCop technology that none of us know anything about, and we want to spend millions of dollars on it. I'm not saying it's a bad thing. I don't know if it is, but I don't know if it's not. And what I want us to do is do what any responsible person would do, learn about it, understand it, consult with the very people who would be most subject to it and have the greatest concerns about it, then come back to executive, and if it's a good thing, we support it. If it's not, we don't. But don't do it just so that we look like we did something. Thank you.
We do have a question. Councillor Burnside, clarification.
Yeah, thank you. So the money, I just want to understand this. The money that would go to ShotSpotter, you want it to go to the youth equity strategy?
I would want money to go to the youth equity strategy regardless of
Well, I know,
ShotSpotter.
yeah, but that was your comment. You want one move to the other?
Yeah, after being told that we have no money for those things, if we're miraculously going to find some money for it, then I'd rather invest in the strategies we've already
Okay.
approved.
But you didn't think of doing a motion to just increase youth equity strategy funds?
I actually thought of the motion in front of you, Councillor Burnside.
That's a different one. Okay, thanks. You understand the difference between long-term and short-term strategies, right? Right? Okay. Just want to know, you said that not many of, I think we all see this as a serious issue, and it's been ongoing for a while. Talking about, you understand that if this went back to executive, goes to executive, it'll be at least 6 months before we actually would be able to move forward with this technology. Is that yes or no? Like, I'm asking a question. Usually people verbalize an answer.
Speaker, that was uncalled for.
Okay, Councillor Mallow, can you please respond?
It's a question, yeah. You
Madam
can
Speaker,
answer
there
yes.
was a rhetorical question. We all know the calendar. Councillor Burnside, yes.
Thank you.
Unlike you, I voted against having such a long break to take an election pause, yes.
You've heard of Nero fiddled while Rome burned, right?
Councillor
Thank you.
Burnside.
Sorry, that's not
Councillor
clarification.
Burnside, just clarification
Yeah,
of the
that's fine.
motion. Thank you. Councillor Pasternak, clarification of the motion.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm a little confused by your motion. I'm just wondering whether you've read CC 4414 revised Appendix B and what we're voting on. Well, much of this is the youth. Well, much of this is the youth equity strategy and adding more funds to it. The Youth Violence Prevention Community Development Officers, the Youth Violence Intervention Project, the Youth Pre-Charge Diversion, the Youth Recreation Spaces, the Youth Recreation Drop-in Programs, and on and on.
Thank you.
And I'm just wondering where you see the deficiency, because it seems much of the youth equity strategy is embedded in what we're debating.
I see, first of all, Councillor Pasternak, thank you for bringing that up. I recognize that we've got to catch criminals. I also recognize that we want to prevent kids from becoming criminals in the first place. I understand that there's technology that may be able to hear a gunshot. I want to prevent a kid from having a gun and shooting in the first place. And where the deficiencies lie is that, from what I understand from staff, fewer than 70% of the recommendations have actually been fully implemented in the youth equity strategy. We have not fully implemented our poverty reduction strategy. There are more and more strategies that we approve at this council that sit in the dusty archives of history that we announce, but we don't actually see through to fruition. And if we are miraculously finding millions that we said we had none, then I'd like to actually get done the work that we committed to these communities. We made a promise to these communities. In fact, these communities and their kids co-authored the youth equity strategy in the first place, and I'd like to see that work done.
Final question. Do you believe there has to be a good balance between new technologies in policing as well as traditional beat work?
We absolutely need to support our police, who do, I think, a very fine job, but we also can't neglect meaningfully investing into our communities, into our kids, into mental health care. And what we need to do, though, I would submit to you, is before investing into this technology, if any of us, maybe one or two of us, can say that we've actually been aware of the details of this technology and it's proven to work, and that we've actually even heard about it for more than 2 or 3 days, then maybe there's a case to be made. But realistically, the group of us have been asked to support this surprise item that went to the Police Services Board about a controversial technology that many will say does not work, that's oversold. Now, it may be terrific, but we don't know that. And if I asked you to support a multi-million-dollar sole source contract on anything else, you, I imagine, as a fiscally responsible person, would say no. Why would we do that on this? On something that we want to know works on such an important...
I declare that my time is up. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, thank you. I think we're just going... Councillor Mayor Tory.
Well, Madam Speaker, just following along a little bit with what Councillor Pasternak was asking about, you'll acknowledge that the proposals, I hope the Councillor will through you, Madam Speaker, that the package of things that have been presented in response to not really recent incidents, but a disturbing pattern of gun violence have been divided as between community investment, law enforcement related things, and justice system things, under which I include gun laws and bail laws and things like that. You'll acknowledge that the package that was referred to, that yes, was brought forward by this mayor, because I think it's my responsibility, was spread across those 3 things in what's been put forward?
Perhaps my interpretation of balance doesn't necessarily mean just throwing a number of things in there that seem to be on the preventative and the enforcement side and say we found the balance, when each one of those items need to be able to actually be effective and actually achieve our goals. And what I'm saying to you with respect is that there is no clear evidence in front of me and in front of my colleagues as to support the technology that you've chosen to ask us to support through a multi-million-dollar sole source contract.
All right, and I'll get to the matter of balance in a moment, Madam Speaker, but the second question would be that you also will acknowledge that, by the way, both of the pieces of technology that are being requested here, and it's fair enough that people can debate those, but both of these were requested by our Chief of Police. And I think he did quote this morning, I think it was either Chicago or New York, saying it was the single most effective thing they'd done to reduce gun violence. But forget that. You would acknowledge that it was the police chief that actually asked for this technology as a means of fighting crime when I asked him the question on behalf of all of the people in Toronto. I think, what is your need? That he answered with this technology. You would acknowledge that.
You know, the Journal of Quantitative Criminology in June 2014 wrote that evidence of CCTV's crime prevention capabilities is inconclusive, and the study found that obstructions to CCTV line of sight caused by movable objects were related to increased levels of auto theft and decreased levels of violent crime. Now, all of these things can be subjective based on who you ask. Now, the chief said that he likes this technology. I also imagine that the chief has asked you for things that you have declined to support. So I've heard the chief, but now, rather than just hear the chief in a 5-minute response at council, wouldn't it have been nice if we had actually had some real information provided to us that we could actually study and understand and determine whether or not this could work? The other missing link, Mr. Mayor, is the communities. You know better than most that we have communities, many in our Black communities, who have told us time and time again that they feel vulnerable, that they don't want more surveillance.
Councillor Mallow,
and to do this in a way
Councillor
that
Mallow,
neglects
just answer the
hearing their
question.
voice.
Councillor Matlow,
To do this in a way,
this is not
to do this in a way that.
Thank you.
My
Thank-
most important question.
Yeah. It's, when you ask questions, Councillor Layton.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This is just asking questions in regards to one of the articles that was circulated from Forbes magazine. Because it was circulated, it's November 17, 2016, that goes in and looks at some of the data that's supplied by, this is the only thing we could find based of data about whether or not this works. And it looks at some of this, some of the instances of, what do they call it, unfounded or unable to locate. That being the police, what the police are saying, it didn't turn into, the notification didn't turn into anything. And the number that it says is 30 to 70% ineffective. Are you seeing this same number? Or 30 to 70% of the calls ended up in unfounded or unable to locate calls to police.
No, I read that, and again, what I mentioned earlier is that there is. I'll just repeat this. Despite its presence in nearly every major metropolitan area, again, this company has been very successful at convincing lawmakers to adopt their technology and purchase their. Has been a very successful company. That being said, though, there remains little external validation of ShotSpotter from researchers or government agencies. So I would submit, that based on the little that's been available to us, that the verdict is still out. Now, there may be a good argument. On behalf to support, where the mayor may have been coming from. I imagine that there may be arguments for it, and maybe it is a good technology, and maybe somebody can make that argument. Unfortunately, that hasn't been done at council.
So I agree. There very well may be an argument for implementing this technology, but have you been able to find any reviewed data to suggest that it's conclusive that this is an effective technology?
No. In fact, from the studying that I've undertaken over the past few days, since I, like you, like every one of us, learned about this through the newspapers because the mayor brought on a surprise item onto the Police Services Board agenda, it's demonstratively inconclusive. There's an active debate about it.
Now, before I'm cut off here, the chief of police wasn't able to answer this about who owned the data and how it exactly worked. Was it constantly recording, or did it just clip in right when it started? Have you any idea how that works?
This is not clarification of the motion.
I think that's an important point. And I brought up earlier in response to the mayor's question that we have not done our due diligence to consult with some of the most vulnerable and concerned communities in our city, including the Black communities, who don't want to see more and more surveillance. They want to see investments into opportunities for their kids. But we also have organizations like the Canadian...
Thank you, Councillor Matlow. No, I'm sorry. You're going into a speech. It's just answering questions. I'm sorry, Councillor Matlow. Okay, Councillor...
and should be consulted.
Councillor Matlow, just question and answer. Councillor Mamlidi, clarification of the motion
Well, I
only.
agreed to ask the mayor's last question that he felt important, so I'm going to do that. He wants to know, Councillor Matlow, whether or not you're aware that the $30 million that is a part of this comes from external sources, other governments, and that the other part of this equation is $15 million, and it deals with the issues of TCHC in terms of enforcement. $30 million is part of the kids and families. And the $30 million is a part of the kids and families that you're concerned about.
I'm very grateful to the other orders of government for their support, and then it becomes our determination as to how to prioritize supporting our communities. And I would submit that we should go to the programs that are best suited to provide opportunities to those kids in those communities.
All right. So here's my question. We have for years pumped money into all kinds of programs for these reasons. I've stood up here and heard at budget time that how necessary it is to pump money into all kinds of programs in local communities because we want to stop kids from picking up guns and shooting people. They're still doing it at a higher rate. So how effective is it for us to just keep doling out money the way you might want and not deal with it in an enforcement way where, in fact, the statistics show that crime gets reduced when you deal with it in an enforcement way?
First of all, that's factually incorrect.
No, it's not.
And second of all, that's the point. Councillor Mammoliti, through you, Madam Speaker, that's the point. We have not funded and fully implemented our own strategies in the very programs that I'm referring to. If we could actually start a project and finish it, rather than forgetting about it and only announcing something new the next time a kid gets shot, we might be able to make a meaningful difference, and we're not doing that.
How did you vote on the opioid crisis?
Okay,
debate?
that's not clarification of the motion, Councillor Mammoliti.
Well, no, it is about funding that goes to where he wants.
But it's clarification on his
This
motion.
is a part of it, right? My suggestion to you is that we're making all kinds of decisions based on other things and telling TCHC, for instance, to back off of those that might be a part of that 1% that are causing the problem, but yet we're voting in favor of asking the board to back off of those tenants when they're causing these problems. This council did that. How did you vote on that? I think you voted in favor of that.
Councillor Mammoliti, that's not clarification of the motion. Thank you. Councillor Davis, clarification of the motion.
Yes, I did just really want to clarify the motion. You're asking for the, could it be put on the screen even? You're asking to take the money from Shot Spotter and those enforce and invest it in the youth equity strategy. Is that basically it?
I think that's a fair summary.
Okay. All right. That's very clear to me.
Yeah.
The one thing, maybe you know.
Oh, by the way, one other thing though, I'm not taking Shot Spotter or CCTV necessarily out of the equation as far as the strategy. What I'm saying is, let's do our due diligence on those items.
Right, first.
To ask for expert advice, especially on Shot Spotter, which is new to us, first time here, and to do our due diligence with our communities, with Canadian Civil Liberties, etc., to make sure that if we do it, that it's the right thing to do. We don't have enough information today. We don't.
Well, the other thing I find interesting, and I wonder if your motion also relates to the fact that at the board, it requested the chief to report in September concerning the Shot Spotter and the CCTV technology and about oversight related to these technologies. So I think the board as well is still looking at this. Is that your understanding as well?
I'm not a member of the Police Services Board. That's what I read as reported. And if that's true, then if the board does its due diligence, we do our due diligence as its potential funder, then we should be able to know by early in the new year if this is the technology that we want to fund. But just because a company has been successful in convincing some that it is the right way to go, doesn't mean that, there's 45 members of council, and I think it's an honest and fair thing to say that the vast preponderance of us have absolutely no idea about this technology, and to do a multi-million-dollar sole source contract ostensibly to protect people with it is just sort of disingenuous if we don't really know if it's effective, and we don't.
The other thing we heard this morning from the city clerk is that it does not comply with our video surveillance policy, and we do not have any existing policy to govern either the criteria to determine where it should be located or what to do with the information that's gleaned from this kind of technology.
Thank
Did you
you.
hear that as well?
I did, and actually, that is a perfect example, Councillor Davis, of why there are some things, even though, yes, I know it's not like right in the news cycle at this moment, but if we do this right and well, we might be able to make a meaningful difference. But if we just kind of rush off with things and spend all this money on something that's untested without it even know how it works and if it works and who's being affected by it and how, I don't think it's good governance.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor DeGiorgio, clarification of the motion, please.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To the extent possible, I'll do what I can. In the context of your motion, in the context of the modernization plan that has been advanced by the Police Services Board over the last couple of years, what message do we send to a chief of police and to the police service who basically says that new technology, whether it's refined technology or not, comprises a large part of the modernization strategy? To then say, well, you know, Chief, you're putting forward this new technology as being helpful to your doing your job and making sure that the citizens of the city are safe. If we then say, you know what, we're not prepared to accept that, Mr. Chief, until this has been thoroughly investigated, what message do we send to the police service?
That's a great question. The message that I would send to our Toronto Police Service, along with our Chief of Police, is that we are with you, we support you, and especially at times when you have to investigate and protect our communities, we are with you every step of the way. And just like the police, I don't know any organization that wouldn't support investigating things well, doing your due diligence, and not arriving at conclusions before you have more than our Toronto Police Service who do it so well. So I would say we are receiving your recommendations and your advice. We, like you, want to do our due diligence, make sure that it's the right thing, and then we will support you. But we're not just going to say, just because there's a request, that we're going to be spending millions and millions of dollars on a technology that none of us understand.
That's not the message I'm trying to convey. What I'm saying to you is a large part of new technology, the modernization plan basically says we want to make sure that our officers are on the scene of the crime as quickly as possible. So to the point where we want to make sure that our resources are at the point where the crime is happening. And if this technology helps in providing that, forget about whether it's a perfect form of technology or not, but if it provides assistance in making sure that officers are at that point of contact or at the point where the crime is occurring, quicker rather than later.
And your question
My
is?
question is, would we be wrong in not taking advantage of that technology?
You got it, you got it. And the big word was if. It's a two-letter word, but if that technology works, then maybe we should, then we should select it. But here's another idea. What if we invested in the people before they actually have, whether it be a mental health breakdown, what if they actually don't go into a gang? What if we actually avoid having that gunshot in the first place? That actually protects our community and supports our police.
Thank you, Councillor Matlow. You're going into speeches. Just answer the question. Councillor Karygiannis, we have a full agenda. Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Through you to my colleague, clarification of the motion. So please allow me to understand, are you in support of the gun spotter, or are you not?
I'm not, because I know very little about it. And if I'm convinced that it's the right thing to do, and if our communities have been consulted, and if I'm convinced that it protects Canadian civil liberties, then maybe it's something that I would support. But none of that information has been provided to either of us.
Would you think that the police would be faster responding if they have this device?
That's the point. I don't know.
You don't know. Do you think it's a knee-jerk reaction because we're going through a crisis right now?
I think it can be interpreted like that. I'm not suggesting that's everyone's intention, but gun violence, there are no quick fixes. And when we make, hastily orchestrated announcemements to suggest that we've found an answer, then we're not actually honoring the issue as well as we should, nor are we supporting the families and communities as well as we can.
Do you know if there's another company out there that does the same thing? Have you been approached by anybody? I know the mayor has.
No, I've never been approached by any of the companies.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Cressy to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll begin by placing two motions. The first is related to gun control and the provincial and federal governments, and the second as it relates to cash flow and the 2018 source of the $30 million on prevention, and I'll speak to both. I'll begin my remarks by saying that insofar as it's possible in this chamber, in the wake of deeply traumatic and significant shootings that we've experienced, insofar as we can, our ability to come together to take action is required. But we are in a period of significant trauma for families who have been directly impacted by this violence in recent months, by bystanders, and by residents walking down the street. But I have to tell you, for too long, gun violence in this city is something that communities have experienced. What I found being different in recent months is that much of that violence has been in public spaces. That it's been in my community in Kensington Market, on Queen Street and on King Street in the entertainment district. It's been on the Danforth, it's been in a playground in Scarborough. And that level of public violence has resulted in a level of collective trauma in this city. That now, in a way that it wasn't there before, Torontonians of all types, of all backgrounds, are waking up to the fact that this is a city that is struggling on the issue of gun violence. And so the answers, as we seek for them, well, there is no quick fix. And while some will say you just have to hire more police officers, we know that's not the case on its own. Some will say we just have to ban guns. We know that's not the case on its own. Some will say that enforcement has no role whatsoever, and we just need community investment, and we know that's not the case. The comprehensive response is part of all of those components. It's part of the building strong and safe communities. It's part of proactive and effective community-based enforcement and strong investigations, and it's part of gun control, taken together. And I think it starts with building strong and safe communities. That is the bedrock of where this work must start. That if every single person needs respect, and if you're not getting respect as you grow up in legal means, you're going to seek to get it through other avenues, through guns and gangs. And so that investment in neighborhoods, in youth employment and mentorship and mental health services, that is so critical. But the proactive programs targeted at youth who are susceptible to gun and violence, which the $30 million program we have in front of us here today does, is critical. Focus tables, the Toronto Youth Employment Program, pre-charge diversion, the Community Crisis Response Fund and program, all of these. And to explain one of my two motions here, the $30 million towards that program in 2018, $1,050,000 are going into that. Now, the federal government has conveyed politically through the Prime Minister and Bill Blair to the Mayor that those funds are coming. I'm optimistic at that. But the risk of the $1 million not arriving in 2018 is the risk there is that the programs don't start. So the motion there is for a one-time draw from the Tax Rate Stabilization Reserve, which will be replenished if and when the federal funds arrive. That's the first part. The second part, and this is what my motion also speaks to, is gun control. That strict gun control, while not solely at the responsibility of the city, has a strong role to play in gun violence. I don't believe that handguns have any place in this city. Unless you are a law enforcement official, I don't know what you are doing with a gun. I don't think you should have a gun. And in fact, the trend we're seeing, and the police confirmed it, is that 50% of the guns we're seeing involved in crime were purchased domestically. And so by starting to crack down on handguns in cities and handgun ammunition, and this is a call to the province and the feds, has a role to play. But again, it is part of the comprehensive package of which enforcement, as that third pillar, is a role, not just on the investigative side, but the ability to proactively conduct community-based enforcement is directly tied to community trust in our ability to prevent gun violence. Community response units, neighborhood resource officers, that model works. I've seen it in effect in our ward, and the fact that we only have 96 NROs is demonstrative that as part of police modernization, we need to rethink that model. And I guess I will just close by saying that it goes without saying that none of us want to see violence, that we all, through our conversations with our constituents and our neighbors, are impacted. But after the caution tape is removed, after the news stories end, it's at that point that our ongoing work to scale up on the prevention side, that's when this becomes more important.
Thank you, Councillor.
And that's what we need to do.
Thank you. We do have some questions for you. Councillor Fletcher, 3 minutes, clarification of the motion.
Oh, yes. Back in 2008, the City Council had asked the federal government to institute a handgun ban in the entire country. And you are asking today to have a handgun, for the federal government to implement a handgun ban or allow us a handgun ban just within the City of Toronto.
That's correct. The motion has two components. One is urging the federal government to implement a handgun ban within the City of Toronto, and secondly, which is to urge the provincial government to implement a ban on the sale of handgun ammunition in the City of Toronto. And I will note that just before this afternoon meeting began, Minister Ralph Goodale confirmed that he is open publicly, he confirmed this, to a handgun ban in cities like Toronto, as like Quebec City, which is also looking at a similar request.
Oh, so Quebec City's looking at a similar request as this, that the federal government would either allow that to be within that jurisdiction or simply implement that?
To allow a handgun ban, a sale on handguns within that jurisdiction, similar to my request here.
So this is quite different because in 2008, when City Council took that position, our ability to limit handguns would have been dependent upon a ban in the entire country, which wasn't to be. But this would give us that ability within our own city to determine that policy.
That's correct. And in the third part of my motion, point number 3, which is to direct the city manager to report back on bylaw or policy initiatives addressing the control of the sale of handguns in the City of Toronto. There is a Supreme Court case that there is some legal debate as to whether we have the control on this. Councillor Perk spoke to some of it. And so I've asked for that report. But in the interim, the clear request here is to urge the federal government to ban the sale of handguns in the city as part of the comprehensive package with prevention and enforcement.
And you have another motion besides the handguns? Is it about the social investment side?
The second motion, just to be very clear, is there is $30 million proposed in the city manager's report for prevention initiatives that the federal government would spend. It's $1 million in 2018. It is simply to draw down that $1 million from the reserve so that we can spend it right away and replenish it once the federal funds arrive.
So you're on the board of Toronto Community Housing. Do you get updates regularly from management on incidents and hotspots in the portfolio of Toronto Community Housing and what steps are being taken with the Toronto Police?
I'm not sure that's clarification of the motion, Councillor.
Well, it's about this investment of these dollars, wise investment.
Okay. So the only, as it relates to clarification of the motion, the Youth Works program through TCHC are some of the funds being proposed through the $15 million enforcement contribution, up to $15 million from the provincial government.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Doucette.
Madam Speaker, I actually just have one question on item 4 of the motion you were just answering to Councillor Fletcher. Clarification. This is encouraging other cities outside of Toronto to request the federal government to ban the sales of handguns and the provincial government to ban the sales of handgun ammunition. Is that correct?
No. For clarification of point number 4, this is a request for the Chief Coroner of Ontario on behalf of Toronto City Council to conduct an inquest into gun violence. The Chief Coroner's Office can make recommendations at all levels of government related to municipalities throughout the entire province. I'm only making assumptions as to measures we should take on behalf of the City of Toronto, but I believe that the spate in gun violence we're seeing throughout the province warrants the Chief Coroner looking into other potential recommendations for the province and the federal government.
Because my concern is, I understand we only have jurisdiction over the City of Toronto. Understand that completely.
That's correct.
But
and
we're
so-
not a walled community, and people can come into Toronto. So could the coroner come up with, just clarifying, the coroner can then come up with some advice, suggestions for all of Ontario, not just the City of Toronto?
That is correct. So as clarification, points 1, 2, and 3 of that motion speak specifically to the City of Toronto, whereas point 4 does not assume what other jurisdictions within the province should do, but rather ask the chief coroner to consider measures for the province.
So they could, upon that report, come back and maybe do our similar items to 1, 2, and 3 for their own area.
That could be their recommendation.
Thank you very much. I hope they do that.
Thank you. Councillor Karygiannis.
My questions have been answered, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mamlidi, clarification.
Yeah, how many legal guns have been used to kill people this year?
So as per a City TV report, there have been 40, in the City of Toronto thus far this year, there have been 40 guns involved in criminal incidents that were purchased domestically and used for illegal purposes. 40 is the answer.
40 this year?
That's correct, sir.
So 40 of those guns were legal?
Well, they were purchased legally in the city, or they were purchased legally in Canada, but they were resold and used illegally.
They were illegally.
That's correct, but they were
stolen.
purchased legally here, 40 units.
They were stolen. And my point is, the person that bought the gun initially didn't go out and shoot somebody this year.
That is correct. The legally purchased
if that
firearm
person
was
didn't-
used to commit a crime.
Right. So if that person who owns that gun got it stolen in one way or another,
or resold,
but that's not the shooter.
That is correct.
All right.
It is the firearm that had the bullet within it, and it was that firearm which was purchased legally, which is, for clarification of the motion, the intent of this, as per the Chief of Police questions earlier, the Chief of Police acknowledged that half the guns involved in crime were purchased domestically and ended up being resold.
Yeah, and the other half? And the other half?
Well, the other half
are illegal, and they come from where?
We don't have the complete, the rest of the 50% breakdown in terms of source of origin.
So why aren't we talking about?
If I could
I'm
finish
just wondering
answering-
why one of your
sorry, if I-
motions doesn't get into
Mamlidi, allow Councillor-
the other part of the equation.
Sorry,
Right? You're talking about the gun
Speaker, I'm
that
trying to
someone
answer-
bought that didn't use,
Councillor
and you're trying
Mamlidi.
to restrict that person by saying eliminate the gun that.
Councillor Mamlidi, please, yes, but you're not, no, allow the councillor to answer the question. But clarification, Councillor Mamlidi, it's clarification of the motion only.
My question is, why are we suggesting only one part of the equation? Why is your motion
Well-
not dealing with the other 50% that is illegal guns that are?
Councillor Mamlidi, you can include that when you speak. When you
and-
speak, you can say that.
But just clarification of the
Yeah.
motion, this
Yeah.
gun control as one piece of a comprehensive response to gun violence, you are correct that my motion is speaking specifically to legally purchased firearms. If you would like to bring forward a motion that would speak to the federal government's role as it relates to what crosses, sir, if I could please finish. If you would like to bring something forward concerning weapons that cross the border, I would welcome you to do that.
Okay, I'm sorry. No, Councillor Mamlidi, sorry. Councillor Wong Tam?
Yes, thank you very much.
Well, it's questions on clarification, not for speeches. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and through you to the councillor. With respect to the request to ban the sale of handguns in Toronto, is there a reason why you're not extending this to semi-automatics and assault rifles?
Councillor, if you were to move that I would see that as a friendly amendment.
And so, are you aware, and thank you very much for that, and are you aware that the ban of handguns in Toronto might not be restrictive enough. It perhaps if you just step outside of the City of Toronto, there's other city limits. Is it not more effective to perhaps just close the loophole and ban the sale of the sale, the possession, the availability, the use of handguns, assault rifles, semi-automatics, and firearms across the country, with the exception of those who are permitted to carry them, such as the Canadian Armed Forces or perhaps the Toronto Police Service, and any other entities with legal permission?
Councillor, as clarification, the spirit of my motion is that I don't believe that for any reason somebody should have a handgun in the City of Toronto unless they are a law enforcement official. I also believe that other weapons like semi-automatic weapons cause equal levels of damage and destruction. And I was seeking to bring forward a motion that I thought could be one piece of the puzzle. If you have other suggestions for how to strengthen it, I would certainly be looking to you for that advice.
Thank you very much. And finally, my question is regarding the motion around the ammunition control. You may be aware that Councillor Vaughn and I initiated a very similar type of motion here, but using the zoning regulations as opposed to asking the province to ban the availability of ammunition back in the last term. And are you aware that Councillor Davis and I just moved a motion back in March of 2018, specifically asking city staff to report back on the control of ammunition, the sale and the possession. This is it. And that motion was asking staff to report back to PGM before the end of this term, which did not come back. Are you aware of that?
Okay.
So, in terms of clarification on my motion, I would say that in conversations with the city solicitor, the city manager, and our executive director of municipal licensing and standards, this was deemed to be an appropriate measure that could be taken. I'm aware that other motions have been brought forward in the past, but it is my hope and belief that given the escalation of gun violence that we are witnessing in our city right now, that the province of Ontario would be amenable to such a ban on the sale of handgun ammunition, just as I heard before this afternoon session began from Minister Goodale publicly that he is open to the concept of the ban of handguns being sold.
Thank you. Please, members of council, when we're asking questions on a motion, it's clarification only, not to use the floor for speeches. Okay, that is why you have the 3 minutes. Councillor DiCiano.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So just very, very quickly, it's one question. Your concern, Councillor Cressy, is primarily with the legal purchase, the ability of Canadians to legally purchase handguns and then sell them to criminals. That's your issue.
Thank you for the question. I have a series of motions, and so my concern specifically related to handguns is the presence of handguns in the City of Toronto. I don't think they should be here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Holliday, clarification.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm worried about the efficacy of some of these measures, and I wondered if, through you to the councillor, that there's any consideration given to stiffer penalties for those that break these rules, especially if we're going to raise the bar for the rule to make it more restrictive.
So the intent of my motion is to see handguns removed from the streets of this city. I think as part of a comprehensive package around enforcement and preventative measures, strict gun control is one component. I think if we look globally to cities where we see fewer guns, we see fewer gun violence. And I look to Western Europe and the Nordic countries on that basis. And so I would just like to see handguns off the streets, which is why I suggested a ban on them.
So I remember in a lot of the traffic discussions, you know, we talked about lowering speed limits and so on. And some of the things that the professionals told us was that you had to have enforcement strategies and you had to have penalties so that people obeyed those rules or took them seriously. Is there not any consideration to that component of it? I mean, it's just to make the rule and not have a process around it. How do you manage it to work?
Well, it was, Councillor Holliday, I think this is part and parcel of a broader, comprehensive suite of measures. In fact, it was just last month that this council endorsed a recommendation to the province related to secondary bail being offered for gun offences as a penalty on the judiciary side. And so for me, this is one suite of many measures, and it is intended to see handguns removed through a ban.
Okay, and the last question, given all the other problems we've got with opioids, would you say it would be a friendly amendment to say ban the sale of handguns and opioids in the city of Toronto?
Well, I think as it relates to this item we're dealing with right here on gun violence, I think that would be a separate item, but I certainly would be happy to have that conversation with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mamalidi to speak.
I'm going to move that City Council direct City Manager consultant with the Police Service Board to establish a gun amnesty buyback program. I'm going to move the item that allows for change in legislation by the provincial government to help evict in TCHC units. I'm going to move a curfew bylaw for any child under 15 and without their parent or guardian after midnight. I'm going to move 100 new officers through our tax rate rehabilitation fund. I'm going to move that we hire a consultant to determine how the lack of parenting actually plays into gun violence. And I'm going to move that carding be reinstated. And I'm going to move these because it isn't until after this wonderful council got their way in a number of ways in eliminating resources to the police department, in getting rid of the ability for police officers to know the troublemakers in communities, to ask them where they're going at 3 o'clock in the morning or 2 o'clock in the morning. You took that away from them. You took the budget away from the police department and told them that we don't need all the officers on the ground anymore. That's what this council did. And it wasn't until, and you took the police officers, a lot of you had a lot to play with.
Sorry, Councillor Mamalidi, I'm
Of course, interrupt me.
No, I'm putting your time on hold. There's a lot of noise. Councillor Burnside, Councillor McMahon, please. If you can please try to keep it down. And I did put your time on hold, Councillor Mamalidi. Okay, go ahead.
And you also had a hand to play in getting rid of the police officers in the high schools after a very in-depth report suggested that those officers be put in those high schools, and they were successful. And if it wasn't for a few troublemakers in this city asking for them to be removed, yes, I noticed that Mr. Cole is standing up. I consider him one of those. And so I would say to you that this council, this body's had a lot to do with the fact that there's a rise in deaths by gun in this city, because we, as early as last meeting on the opioid crisis, head by Mr. Joe Cressy, that you asked, this council asked TCHC to relax their enforcement measures on any of the addicts that are in their units. You did that. And now we're hearing directly from the horse's mouth that TCHC has issues with those that are using those units for other reasons, including gangbangers coming in and taking them over and selling the drugs in those particular units. And you asked them to relax on that last meeting. You had a role to play in what's happening in this city with the votes you take here. You continually find logic and reason to blame people that are law-abiding, like the ones that do buy the handguns and want to go to the ranges and do what they need to do. They're not the ones killing. It's our thugs that are killing people, and you just want to keep hugging them. You want to keep pumping money into programs and let them know that maybe there's a problem with the way you grew up, and we understand that, and we're gonna tap you on your shoulder, and we're gonna make sure that everything's okay. No, enforcement is the only way to deal with this issue, and you don't want to deal with that. Councillor Cressy decides to move a motion that deals with 50% of the legal stolen guns that are being used, but refuses to talk about the other 50% and who are actually using them. And they're the people that are killing. And it's 1% of our TCHC tenants that are causing the problem, not only for the TCHC tenants themselves, and not allowing them a place that's safe, but it's them that are also causing the much larger problem here in the City of Toronto. And you're ignoring it. You don't want to talk about them. Absolutely don't want to talk about them. But those of us that do want to talk about it, the Speaker shuts us down as soon as we want to ask the questions. You would rather spend more money in communities not doing anything and making sure that bureaucrats have more salaries than actually delivering those programs that you preach about to the people that need it the most. You should all be ashamed of yourself for not dealing with this effectively the way we should. And you know what else? Start asking questions about parenting, because parenting and lack of parenting is the problem in this city.
We do have questions for you. Councillor Karygiannis, clarification.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Can we have that motion about the 15-year-olds, please, up on the screen?
Can we put that motion on the curfew for the 15-year-olds?
Can you put my time on hold, Madam Speaker? So, my question to my colleague is, how do you foresee this working? So, if the police sees anybody under the age of 15, they would haul them in, they will take them to their parents. How would you see this working?
Let me start off, first of all, by saying that any child that's 12 years old or 11 years old who's out at 2 o'clock in the morning without their parent or guardian,
15.
It says under 15.
Okay.
All right? And in my neck of the woods, I see it at 2 o'clock in the morning. I see 12-year-olds being groomed by the gangs, and they're recruited at that particular time. And I ask the same question: where are the parents and where are the guardians?
My question is, how do you foresee this working? How do you foresee it working?
So I would suggest that we start asking questions of the parents who are allowing that 12-year-old and 11-year-old.
Councillor, my question is, how do you foresee it working? Never mind anything else.
I don't know. Earlier today, you sat me down. You shut off my mic because you felt that Councillor Cressy needed to speak for 3 minutes. In this particular case, the guy who's asking me the questions, you're leaving him alone. I'm not even able to answer
Councillor,
the question.
I'm asking you very simple. How do you foresee it working? Do we have the police haul the kid back home, or do we have the police haul the kid in jail?
At the end of the day, parents have a responsibility, and I think there are laws that protect those children from parents that don't care. And clearly, a parent who allows their child out at 12 o'clock, after 12 o'clock, and who's 12 and 11 years old, I want to question whether they care or not. And if they don't care, I think that there's mechanisms, as you know, to either fine the parent.
Allow the councillor to answer the question.
There needs to be a bylaw, first of all, and that's what I'm suggesting. And then once that bylaw is ready, we can debate the merits of enforcing it. But certainly, if parents don't care about their children and they're letting them in the middle of the street at 12, you tend to wonder what they're doing and why the parents don't care.
You're proposing the bylaw. How do you foresee it being enforced? That's a simple question.
I think parents need to be fined, or at the minimum, ask the question with respect to why they're letting their children out in the middle of the night unattended. Number one. Two, maybe even that child should be taken away from that parent if they're allowing them to be harbored by gang members.
Councillor, please allow him to answer.
13-year-old. What should they do?
Okay, that was your last question.
I'm sorry? What was the question?
No, it's okay. It's not clarification of the motion. No, because it's not clarification of the motion. It's not. You're getting into a debate.
I'm not trying to get in a debate. I'm asking this councillor simple. 13-year-old found on the street, what does he foresee the police?
Well, that...
If that isn't, I don't know what is. I would imagine
That the police would want to ask questions of, first of all, the police would bring the child back to the parents and find out why the parents are allowing that 12 or 13-year-old out at 2 o'clock in the morning, and then determine whether or not that parent is even fit to be a parent.
Thank you. Councillor Palacio to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have 3 motions to move, if I can have them display. The first one is that City Council requests the Chief Executive Officer for Toronto Community Housing is to determine additional resources that are needed immediately to take immediate steps to address gun and gun violence. And Madam Speaker,
Can
Talk about diapers.
and that's to
Oh.
if you can restore my time, please.
Okay, yes, please.
Yeah.
Members of council, please. Okay, Councillor Palacio.
Thank you, Madam
you
Speaker.
start, please.
The first motion has to do with Toronto Community Housing, and the motion is on screen, and I will speak to it. The second motion, motion B, is to ask the federal government through the Ministry of Border Security and Organized Crime Reduction and the Ministry of Public Safety to work on two aspects. A, how Ottawa can support efforts to deter and reduce gun and gangs violence in Toronto, and B, the free flow of illegal guns along the borders between the States and Canada, and also to determine the allocation of federal funding and how to assist the City of Toronto. The next motion, C, is the Toronto Police Service Board be requested to determine how the community police partnerships between 11, 12, and 13 divisions will be expanded throughout other parts of the city, where local community groups play a key role in terms of crime prevention initiatives. So those are the motions, and I'll speak to it. Madam Speaker, members of council, I believe that there is nothing wrong to put the finger where the problem is. And literally, the problem is with community safety. And we have seen throughout the last few months and years that community safety is becoming an issue, and that, in my opinion, should be an election issue as well. When the city is under, and I don't want to say siege, but when we are having too many homicides, when we are having too many stabbings, too many shootings, when people are getting killed, when we have too many tragedies, there is something wrong. And when people are living in fear, there is something that needs to be done. Mainly within some Toronto community housing developments that have become the breeding ground for gangs, for guns, where criminals actually, they don't hesitate for a second to use their guns to kill people out there. And that's the reality. That's exactly what's happening out there. And the way things are going, in my opinion, though, is that this year is going to be marked as the year of the gun. Too many lives have been lost. Why? Simply, I believe that long-term crime prevention strategies are absent, and we haven't dealt with it effectively, and we have to get to the roots of it. The current revolving door syndrome that we have is a real joke. When criminals are caught, when criminals are charged, and when criminals go behind bars, they are going out in no time, and that's a real joke. As the Toronto Police Service, and they will tell you how straight they are. The current parole system is extremely lenient. We need a criminal system that's going to deal with drug dealers, especially with those who are using guns and members of gangs out there that they are literally hitting the most vulnerable out there. We need something that's a bit stronger. I would love to see a system like we have in the States, the 3 strikes and you are out. These kind of criminals that we have out there, these scams have to be put behind bars. And other aspects in terms of the motion is, one of the motions is the flow of guns from, mainly from the States. And that's something that we are seeing all the time. The chief mentioned almost 50% of the guns are coming through the border. So something needs to be done. In terms of solutions, what I would like to see is a major crime unit. For example, we used to have the TAVIS program that they got to to the heart of the problem. They went to the hot spots, they came with a zero tolerance approach, and that's what we need, not necessarily, and that's not to stigmatize anyone, but to get solutions to it. We need, with our Toronto Community Housing projects, we need a 24/7 security all the time, because that's going to bring some solution to those people who, and that's where the problems are with the Toronto Community Housing. And the City of Toronto, as the major stakeholders, we have a responsibility. We have to look into it. Is their problem is our problem, and we have to find solutions to it. In terms of the partnerships, that's in my motion as well. When you have a group of people out there, you have resident ratepayers associations, tenants associations, BIAs, community leaders out there working together in partnership with the police. That's a great resource that we don't spend any money, so let's take advantage of it. Madam Speaker, you have in your own area, and things are working so well. Thank you.
Councillor Shan to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a motion if the clerk's office can put that on. So this is just an addition to the recommendation number 6 to add community organizations to the list of people who will be receiving this report. As we speak here today, there are many frontline workers, many youth workers, community safety workers who are out there helping to prevent crime, helping young people stay on track. And it's very, very important for us to have them in the conversation. You know, we depend on them 365 days a year to address crime, to bring out community safety. But during times of this peaked attention, we leave them out in the conversation. And it's very evident from the type of conversations we've been having. So it's very important for me to put this motion forward to include our not-for-profit frontline workers who work every day to prevent crime, to build a safe and inclusive community. We are talking about gun violence today, and we have had many gun-related violent incidents in the city. It's very important to know the common element in all of those situations is the gun. The people who perpetrated those crimes were different. We even had somebody get off a car and start shooting at pedestrians for road rage-related stuff. The ages of the people who are involved, the motives have been different, the geographic locations have been different. The commonality is the gun. So we cannot have a conversation about this without talking about gun control measures. And I think the less important we pay to gun control measures, more injustice we do to this topic. And it's very important for us to be focused to make sure that there are motions on the floor around gun amnesty. I would support more focus on getting a ban, because guns don't belong on our streets. Guns don't belong in Toronto, except for law enforcement officers, and it's important for us to communicate that as well. There's also been a lot of talk about surveillance, and we know that surveillance have had negative impact. Increased surveillance on quote-unquote at-risk communities have had negative impact on racialized young people. And we saw this, this is the shock doctrine. When the community is in shock, people bring unpalatable things to the table so that people will eat it. And that's what's happening. People are bringing back motions to introduce carding again, which is known as a human rights abuse, which is known as a racially profiling activity. People are talking about bringing back police officers in schools. People are talking about TAVIS, which had a reputation of geographically making communities feel unsafe. So it's very important for us to not jump in a situation like this, to push solutions that have been proven to work, that have had negative impact on people of color, particularly young people. When we are introducing technology, I haven't heard if we have had an assessment of equity. We have a director for access, equity, and human rights in the city. Have we talked to that office to see if this introduction of technology has negative, unequitable outcomes to our society? We haven't. We haven't talked to, when I asked the city SDFA, they have been involved in putting together a package, rightly so, having prevention and intervention, but they have not been part of the enforcement conversation because it cannot be done separately. And it's important for us to wait to make sure that we do this right rather than jump and introduce technology that might have devastating impact. And after a few years, the community needs to fight back to remove those interventions that haven't worked. So it's very important for us to stay the course and make sure that we are having thoughtful intervention. I support enforcement officers to make sure that we have protection in our communities, but even as the police chief mentioned, that is only part of the solution. The rest of the solution needs to be paid attention. 2018 allocation in the Appendix B, almost $8 million for enforcement and $7 million. Out of 8 million, I think $7 million is going for enforcement and $1 million for intervention and prevention. It is a heavy, serious unbalance in where we need to focus. We have a report that was produced a week ago from 10 young people who have committed firearm offenses repeatedly, and they have told us what some of the root causes to invest in. It's very important to hear them, and it's very important to use that as a preventive measure to do that. The last point I want to make is that we cannot be applying for funding from federal government for projects when community agencies are competing for it. We have to be able to do a government-to-government relations commitment to get the money directly to do systemic change, not necessarily fight for the same dollars the community organizations are fighting for to do prevention. And city needs to take a leadership role, not as a provider, but as an influencer and priority setter. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shan. Next on our list to speak is Councillor Troisi, followed by Councillor Mihevc. And I will turn on your mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I do have a motion on the screen that City Council requests the Executive Director of Social Development, Finance and Administration ensure that the Community Crisis Response Program and other trauma recovery programs include culturally appropriate methods and resources. Neighborhoods in my ward also have experienced serious and traumatizing safety issues, especially this year, but for many years. People have been left frightened and even hesitate to go to the local park. Guns have played a role in the worst of that violence. All violent acts leave their impact, but gun violence can be so indiscriminate that the trauma it leaves is felt deeply. Even those who may not have been present in the immediate area are still affected. So recommendations to expand security at TCHC properties and optimizing police shift schedules to increase their street presence is welcome. And when we do fund additional enforcement, we need to further establish neighborhood policing in our communities. This strategy has to be used to build trust in our communities with our police and ensure that they are not only closely working during crisis. It is fundamental relationships that need to be rebuilt. I also welcome the call to our federal government to deal with getting guns off our street. When I reviewed this report, I was glad it underlined that gun violence is not just a policing issue. It is by funding solutions for root causes of violence that we can tackle this crisis for more than just this year. We must look ahead and take actions that will make our neighborhoods safe now and in 20 years from now. That is why the proposed funding initiatives for prevention and intervention in this report are so critical. And it's also important that these programs support people from the youngest ages. I know that growing up in poverty makes children more vulnerable to trauma of community violence. And very often those stresses lead to our youth to pick up a gun as a way of finding protection. In the worst possible cycle, that leads to gun violence that re-traumatizes a community. Getting our community crisis response program better staffed to continue their essential work is an important step to manage prevention, preparation, and intervention for violent events in our neighborhoods, to support the larger community as well as victims. But looking at long-term supports that provide community healing is also incredibly important. We have neighborhoods where gun violence isn't new, and people have to live with these effects for a long time. This report points how ongoing long-term trauma support, like that provided through the Community Healing Project, is necessary to help our people deal with these long-lasting terrible experiences. We can also do more with our experienced agency partners to curb youth violence. They have the experience on the ground, already working closely with the communities. That capacity can be unlocked by increasing existing programs through expanding hours and numbers. More funding must go to our local agencies who take many pressures off of city divisions. When I was the executive director of the Cabbagetown Youth Centre, I saw firsthand the potential for properly funded youth programs. In the East Downtown, I've worked with staff, Councillor Wong Tam, and the Mayor to address safety concerns through an action plan with immediate measures this summer and develop a 5-year plan to put supports in our community that prevent violence. Similarly, we cannot wait to strengthen our supports for communities that are most risk of gun violence. In my ward, I've heard the call for resources that can make a difference in the lives of children and youth. For these reasons, I hope Council will put forward these important funding requests, and I'll be urging the other orders of government to support those communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Troisi. Next on our speakers list is Councillor Mihevc. Sorry, sorry, I forgot your microphone again. There you go.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, I think we are all in a state of grief given what has happened both this week, this Sunday, what has happened on Yonge Street and what has happened in our city this last year with the increase in gun violence. Our responsibility here is to, like never before, is to really, yes, be part of the process of grieving and being with people, but also as the civic leaders here in Toronto, to also ask the deeper questions and start to connect dots and be thoughtful about it, to be not just reactive, but to take a longer term and a deeper perspective in this debate. We've been here before. We've been here with the Danzig shootings and a number of other shootings that have taken place over the years. And my fear here is that we react in the moment and we don't take the longer view. What I think we need to do really, and I was really I'm making my comments being instructed by the great deputations that we heard, frankly, at the Board of Health at 2 different sessions that we had. And these were people who came who lost sons, people who'd lost brothers and sisters, people who were active in the community trying to reverse some social trends in particular communities. And the kinds of things that they were saying to us. I've tried to schematize it, and I've put it in a schema there. My apologies. Maybe this is my former teaching piece coming back to haunt me. I'd ask that you put that on the board. If you could zoom it.
I've put your time on hold.
My apologies. Here's methinks what the problem is in our society. And part of it is the media, of course. What we focus on is the centerpiece, the whodunit, the victim, the shooter, did we catch them, the judicial system, the criminal justice system. That's where we as a society put our dominant energy. That, I think, is what we should resist in developing our council analysis of what needs to be done. What we heard from the people who experience crime, experience negative, violent happenings in their community, is they want us to focus on the before, and I think Councillor Troisi was very good in articulating that. They want us to focus on mental health. They want us to focus on social inequities. The fact that sometimes mom has 2 jobs, and she has a little bit of difficulty supporting her child coming home because they're a latchkey kid, and so on and so on. And the reason why mom has 2 jobs is because she has a lack of income and she has difficulty maintaining her housing. It's about, we've talked about this, designating public space, private space as safe spaces. It's about jobs. It's about social programs, all the myriad of social programs that we need to help kids after school, to help us in our moments of difficulty. It's about gun control. We need to focus on that piece. The piece that we also need to focus on more is what's sometimes called restorative justice. I think the Quakers have coined that phrase. Repairing the social fabric, the healing process. You know, when the cameras go away, there's a parent, a brother, a sister who is grieving, not for 2 weeks, 2 months, but for 2 years and trying hard to get their act together. It's about siblings who will not leave their apartment for days and weeks on end after something has happened. It's about the impact on the local community, the people on that particular floor, the people in the building, the people in the local community, and how they are affected by that trauma. It's about the person who does do something that is inappropriate, that engages in violent activity, goes to jail, comes out, and has absolutely no support integrating back into the community. This to me is my very simple, maybe simplistic attempt to try to categorize all the different pieces that we need to, as we zoom up, focus on. So now the question is, very quickly, is have we done this? And I'd like to put the motion before. I think the weakness right here is one program, and I'm not saying no to it, but my motion that I think you have before you says we need to do more due diligence on this ShotSpotter. We need to look at the business case. We need to look at the consistency with privacy legislation, an effectiveness review. 30 to 70% of the times they don't work. We need to look at community consultations, especially if you're going to have these machines in your area. You want to have input on that. We want to look at a detailed cap rating and operating plan. I'm suggesting that we pause on that to get that information before we make a final determination. I note that we have last sentence, Mr. Chair, that we did have here the CEO or president of Canadian Civil Liberties Association to advise us to just take a pause on this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Mihevc. Point of order, Councillor Mammoliti. There it is.
I don't mean it to be a slight on you, Mr. Speaker. I just look at the clock, and it was 46 seconds over the time. When I speak, the speaker instantly stops it at 5 minutes. I think that there's things going on in this chamber that allow other councillors different privileges. And just because you don't want to hear my message, it doesn't mean you shut me down after 5 minutes.
Thank you, Councillor Mammoliti. I'd just like to note that Councillor Mihevic's time was continuing to run when he tried to turn on his overhead projector and it didn't work, so I did give him a little extra time in recognition that he had some technical difficulties, in addition to having a mesmerizing speech. So next on the list to speak is Councillor Nunziata. Councillor Nunziata, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you very much. I think it's really important that members of council that don't feel that there's a lot of crime in their community, that they maybe do a ride-along with the local police to see exactly what happens at night when all the criminal activities are happening. I personally did one last Saturday to 4 in the morning, and I'll tell you, it's a real eye-opener on what happens during the night. And especially in Toronto housing buildings, we went through a number of Toronto housing buildings and where the door was wide open and people were coming and going and loitering in the lobbies and the staircase, and there was absolutely no security at all. We ran into a number of booze cans. It's when you see and when you go out at night and see exactly what's happening in your community, you could understand when you get calls from your constituents, and I know I get a lot of calls, and I can speak on behalf of my community, that they would like to have more police officers on the street, and they want and they expect the politicians to do what they have to do now, and as far as the gun violence that we have on our streets. They don't want to hear about long-term. They want to hear what are we doing now. In my community, where a couple months ago where we had the gun raid, that was in 12th Division. That was in my ward. That was in my ward. All the arrests were made in my ward. Just last night, there was somebody that was arrested with a gun, and that was arrested with drugs and guns. And it happens every night. And my community They want to see more police officers. They want to see the politicians take action. And, you know, we can talk, we can play political games on what we're going to do, but if we don't do it, and we don't do something now, whatever it takes, and if we have to put money into the budget, we need to put money in the budget. We cannot have all this gun violence in the street and worry about where we're putting, if we're going to increase the budget, and if this equipment works or not work. We want to review it. We want to see if it's appropriate. What are we doing? Like, we need to do what we need to do and not question on if it's going to be effective or not. We know it's going to be effective. We've heard from the chief it is. The cameras, absolutely. I think we need cameras. I know that my community supports cameras. Even if the businesses have to pay for it, the BIA pays for it, they want to see these cameras. Now, unless you're a councillor that represents a ward where there's absolutely no crime, they don't feel they need to, they need to increase the number of police officers, then that's fine. Then the police officers that you have in your division, please bring them into my community, because we're the ones that really need the officers. You know, as far as gun violence, this year has been the worst year for gun violence. And I think that the mayor is doing what he needs to do. He's stepping up, and he's taking whatever action needs to be done. But on the other hand, I think that we need to lobby the federal government and the provincial government. And I would support asking the provincial government to amend the Police Services Act to give the tools to the police services to do their job and to do what they have to do to get the guns off the street. And that motion, I think, should be before us, and I'm sure that we'll get members of council to support that motion. Councillor Mammoliti, you talked about a curfew. Well, I lived for 12 years in BC in a small town with 7,000 people. We had a curfew. After 8 o'clock, if you were on the street, the police would grab you, throw you in the cruiser, take you home, and then you'd get punished by your parent. But that's not for the City of Toronto. How can you do that in the City of Toronto? You could do that maybe 50 years ago, but you can't do that now. It's really, there's no way that can be enforced. So, Councillor Mammoliti, I know you're trying to mean well, but I don't think that that's a motion that's really appropriate to vote on. And, yeah. So, I mean, we would have to tell Councillor Ford that he can't be out after 11 o'clock, right?
Councillor Nunziata, your 5 minutes are up.
So, thank you.
Good. Just wanted to let Councillor Mammoliti know we're keeping track of everybody here. Next on our speakers list is Councillor Wong Tam, followed by Councillor Crisanti, and then Pasternak. You have the floor, Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I think I'm going to have to take another turn because I have some motions that the clerks are still working on.
Okay. Sure. Okay, great. We'll go to the next speaker on the list. We're just going to, Councillor Wong Tam, we're just going to see if they're ready.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I'm just asking for advanced circulation because there's 4 motions. I want to.
Okay, great. We'll go to the next speaker, which is Councillor Crisanti. I'll just find your name here.
You're amazing.
Councillor Crisanti. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I have, if you put my motion up, we'll start with that. So I have a motion that City Council requests Toronto Police Services Board to request the Chief to accelerate and increase the hiring of experienced community officers from other services to be deployed citywide, and also to accelerate the implementation of a sustainable neighbourhood policing model citywide recommended through the Toronto Police Service Board Modernization Plan, and to report to the Budget Committee through the 2019 budget process to address if any additional funding is required. Mr. Speaker, as we just heard by a number of previous other speakers, we we have a problem and we need to deal with this problem. And it's no secret that I've always been an advocate for a sustainable community policing model and also an advocate for prevention and intervention type of initiatives. 40% of gun activity has taken place in the northwest end of the city. And you may recall that just at the last council meeting, through my members' motion, I asked our staff and the police chief to identify what additional resources are needed to take immediate steps to address the spike in gun and gang violence. So in front of us, we have a number of recommendations as a result of that motion, and I encourage council to support the recommendations that are in front of them. But today's discussion will be futile unless we're prepared to make the necessary decisions we need to make to be able to curb violence in this city. So we got to start by adopting these recommendations. We also have to ensure that the police have the tools to do their job, and we have to also expedite the deployment of neighborhood officers citywide long-term. I've always advocated for stronger measures to be taken to intervene, prevent, and combat gun and gang violence. You might recall in 2016 when the Toronto Police Modernization Plan was introduced, I was very clear about a couple of things. I was concerned at the time when the recommendation 18 was put forward to freeze hiring. I was just concerned about that because I didn't think that we should go public and tell the bad guys that we're not going to hire police officers for 3 years. I didn't think that was a prudent thing to do. I thought that hiring should have been managed internally, but we are where we are today. But I also was very clear about the urgency in deploying officers in communities citywide and long-term in a proactive role. However, this process is taking way too long. We're losing officers faster than anticipated, and this has resulted in a Toronto Police Service that has unfortunately been more reactive than proactive. So when the gun and gang violence escalated and spiked, and given that we only had 2 council meetings left, I thought it was important to put forward a motion to give us the opportunity to have this discussion today, and so we're here doing that. So I want to thank everyone that participated in this, in the emergency meeting that happened last week. Chief Mark Saunders and City Manager Julia Carbone and all the staff that participated. And I also want to thank Mayor Tory for giving this item the importance it deserves and making it and highlighting it as one of his key items. In the wake of continued gun and gang violence, we need to step up our efforts. We need to take tougher measures, and we've got to go above and beyond the recommendations that are in front of us. So we need to accelerate and increase the hiring of neighborhood officers. We know that it works. We know that it's successful. We heard from the chief this morning that since he's been delivering this program, there have been more than 80 illegal guns taken off the streets of Toronto. So it's only through this proactive, sustainable neighborhood policing model that we'll be able to keep our city safer, making sure that our reputation of Toronto the Good endures. So, look, we have a great police force. I want to thank our frontline officers for doing the great work that they do, but we need to step up our game, and I'm hoping that my colleagues will stand shoulder to shoulder and support the recommendations in front of them, including my amendments. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Councillor Wong-Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. My motions are ready. If the clerks can just put them onto the screen. There are 4 of them in total, Madam Speaker, and they can just scroll down. It'll probably be easier to do it that way. And if you can hold my time while that happens. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And if I can just ask the clerks to continue scrolling down. My motions are largely to number 1, address the concerns of gun violence, and I don't think we can do that without getting to the root causes. And we also can't get to gun violence without talking about guns. And I think it's actually very important that we don't get lost in this mythology that there are constitutional rights or perhaps firearm rights to guns, because there's simply none. They do not exist in this country. But what I would say, Madam Speaker, is that, you know, gun control has eroded in this country and eroded in Canada since 2002, when the Harper government eliminated the long gun registry and then intentionally destroyed all the data that they had collected, meaning that even the Toronto Police and any Crown attorneys that were using the information to prosecute those who were using long guns were not able to do so. So right before us is Bill C-71. The Government of Canada is doing something about it, but they're not doing enough, in my opinion, and they're not doing enough because they are not strengthening the gun control laws as much as they can. They can go back to 1997 controls on the sale of unrestricted firearms and ensuring that all firearm dealers can record this information, including who they sell it to, and maintain those records. They also need to ensure that there's more stringent transportation. They also need to, quite honestly, if Minister Goodale is interested in prohibiting the sale of handguns in Toronto, then I would say that we should prohibit the sale of handguns, semi-automatics, and assault rifles across this country, with the exception of the Canadian Armed Services. No one should have a gun. We recognize that you cannot talk about gun violence without talking about gun control. And in the City of Toronto, we need to be the leading voices, just like Mayor Miller was, and just as Chief Blair once was when he was the Chief of Police, where they actually rallied to Ottawa and demanded that they kept the long gun registry and its data. And we have not been as vocal as we should have been. There have been all sorts of member motions that are moved on this floor of Council, but they have not made it to Ottawa. So if Minister Goodale is interested, truly interested in public safety and helping us deal with the challenges that we have in our communities as it relates to gun violence, then I say we need to ban all those sorts of guns. I think we also need to, Madam Speaker, talk about the roots of violence, not just gun violence, but the roots of violence. And as I see it, Madam Speaker, if we're going to have this conversation about violence, especially if it's cloaked under the banner of guns and gangs, then we're going to need to talk about racism, poverty, challenges around the lack of mental health supports, and the concepts of masculinity. And you cannot, Madam Speaker, be even able to get to the root causes until we take a look at what is plaguing communities. And what's plaguing communities, Madam Speaker, is the lack of opportunities, is the fact that housing is crumbling and failing around them. What's failing communities is that they feel like they're over-surveillanced. What's failing communities is that they do not feel a part of society. And that may be because their skin is darker, or perhaps they speak another language, or perhaps they worship another god. Madam Speaker, we live in the greatest country in the world, the greatest city in the greatest country. I know we can do better, and the work that the staff have undertaken to devise the reports that are before us, that are trying to get to the root causes of violence, and to develop further enhancements around public safety and community safety, I say we fund it. But let's also note that these strategies have existed before us for years. The roots of youth violence have been before us for years. The anti-poverty strategy have been before us for years. All these strategies that Mr. Brillinger laid out before us is not new work that he conjured up. It's just work that had to be done but not fully implemented and not fully funded. So I'm glad, Madam Speaker, that those reports are before us. I am disappointed that it's taken an incident to spark our attention, to bring us together, to rally for our community. Finally, Madam Speaker, I think it's also important to note that when we talk about violence, the women's voices are woefully missing. And what it means is that we need to understand what happens to women and teenagers and teenage girls, as well as their mothers, in these conversations as violence ricochets through the communities. And that includes communities like mine, communities across the downtown, Midtown, North York, Scarborough, and Etobicoke. We cannot, Madam Speaker, not deal with gender-based violence, because every time there's been a mass shooting, there's a history that's related to the shooter. And that history oftentimes is that there is a history of violence. And so therefore, Madam Speaker, for us to be able to get to the roots of violence, we have to be able to...
Thank you. You're way over time, sorry. Councillor Pasternak.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, this discussion, which is a vital discussion, is taking a local, it's done locally at the municipal level. But the reality is it's a national conversation. The criminal code is federal, border control is federal, Toronto District School Board is a separate jurisdiction, education is provincial, healthcare is provincial, city police services are obviously municipal. So unless you have a national conversation, you're not going to be able to tackle many of the issues that are before us today. At the same time, I have heard the arguments of civil liberties and reducing the role of new technologies in crime detection, law enforcement. And I say to them, what about the rights of the victims? What about the rights of the injured? What about the rights of the bereaved? Where do their rights fit in? We can have a debate all day long as well on individual and collective rights, but the bottom line is traditional policing must be matched with new technologies. And if you look at every major city in the Western world, they are adopting the technology that some of my colleagues seem to be fighting against. At the end of the day, when it comes to gun violence and violence in our streets, the war on gun violence starts long before anyone holds a gun. It starts in our school system. It's early interventions. It's making sure that there's enough funding for special education, massive investments in juvenile mental health, and of course, on the law enforcement side, massive investments in witness protection. It must be a vital, a core value that our school system should never give up on marginalized students who are dropping out. And at the same time, we should never have a system in which students give up on us. At our level, clearly, TCH has come into focus in much of this discussion. And my frustration is that the staffing levels are overstaffed during the week and understaffed on the weekends when the travel occurs. And no one's asking that we add hundreds of more staff. We simply ask that those people who are working during the week work 3 days and then a couple of days on the weekend. They alternate weekends. We have the library staff that works on weekends. We have police services that work on weekends. We have EMS that work on weekends. We have fire services that work on weekends. TCH staff should have an altered schedule so that we have people on site all weekend long. I've heard that poverty and racism is part of this discussion as well, and it is correct. The poverty and racism is a trigger for some violence, for problems in our inner cities, and that must be dealt with and must be acknowledged, and the truth is. But the reality is if you're just going to focus on poverty and racism, then you're not really being honest about what the discussion here is and what governments can really do. Certainly, if you go back to the mid-'60s in the United States during the Johnson years, where he declared a war on poverty and at the same time passed some of the most transformative civil rights legislation available, within 4 years, the inner cities across the United States were inflamed. And he couldn't understand it. And neither could many academics and many sociologists and many people watching the American experience at that time. So if we simply point to poverty and racism and as a government try and tackle those two on their own in silos, then I don't think we're going to deal with this issue at all. Certainly other social factors, such as the demise of the family, the decline of religion, I mean, those are also important issues. We've moved out of carding. That was the decision, a complicated decision over many years for various reasons, and I'm not prepared to get into a debate on its merits. But once that decision was made to eliminate carding, then there should have been a plan B in place by police services. They should have realized that, and every study seems to show, that if you remove carding, you get a lot of mayhem. And every police journal or social study or crime statistical study shows that. And that should have been a leading indicator that you needed a plan B if you were going to move in that direction. But at the end of the day, I think the package before us is a solid one. It invests in communities, invests in individuals. It gives staff some of the resources they need to tackle this important issue. And I'd like to thank staff for their hard work on it. They're not sitting there now. I'd like to thank staff and certainly the mayor for putting this through. We have great challenges ahead, and I think we can meet them.
Thank you. Councillor Kelly to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. Like everyone else, I was shocked by the shootings on the Danforth. In fact, it rendered me personally speechless because this is just so outside of the Toronto set of values and principles that one has to struggle to comment on it and understand it. The request for more officers, Speaker, that you enunciated, I think would be supported by most of the residents that I represent at City Hall. They feel that the police services or the caliber of police services in Toronto still remains very high. The police are still respected, and I think it's really important to have an increase of policing through more officers going forward, and I would hope that my colleagues would support that. The efforts to reach out to various communities and to work with their youth, I certainly support. It's not cheap, and I suspect that the rewards of that enhanced work with youth in troubled neighborhoods would be slow in forthcoming. I think it's a very complicated set of recommendations that are before us, but I hope over time that they prove to be successful. This city, of which I am enormously proud, is facing unprecedented challenges, Speaker, and I sincerely hope that the responses that have been submitted by the Mayor, the Police Services Board, and my colleagues on Council actually address the forces that shape gun violence in the City of Toronto. We all love this city. We're all very proud of it. We're all shocked with what has happened, and I'm hoping that the recommendations that are before us will accurately and effectively address the myriad dynamics that underlie the increase in gun violence in the City of Toronto. And as an aside, Speaker, I would point out that very little of this is happening in Scarborough. And I would hope that going forward, Speaker, that we can look back in the next year, maybe next year or two, in having successfully addressed the concerns that have been expressed to us individually and collectively by the citizens of Toronto.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll be brief. It's normally how I am. You know, I'm the first one actually to say that enforcement is not the answer. What I'd like to say is enforcement's an element of the answer. I'm a big believer in more resources directed at our youth, which Councillor Matlow mentioned. I'm a big believer in actually putting a lot more resources into our community centres, which we've neglected for years, and I think this council should assume responsibility for that. But there's a difference between a short-term solution and a long-term solution. I think a one-day debate is really about short-term solutions, not long-term solutions. To properly do this justice, this whole issue justice, we need many more days, not just one day. But I find Councillor Matlow's decision or suggestion that we need to delay any decision about ShotSpotter a little bit troubling. I mean, I understand Councillor Matlow doesn't represent any neighbourhood improvement areas. I know he does not represent communities who are most affected by this level of violence, so he may not have had the opportunity to actually speak to victims, because I know there aren't necessarily a lot at Yonge and Eglinton or Mount Pleasant and Eglinton. It's a different world, and I respect the fact that he may not have had that opportunity. The suggestion that we need to delay 6 months, at least 6 months, before doing something, or at least an element of this plan, in my opinion, is wrong. I think in such a serious issue as this, our job as councillors is actually to do our own research. To say that we should just wait for staff to do our work for us, I don't think that's leadership in any sense of the word. We should be doing our own research. Councillor Matlow was able to find articles against ShotSpotter. I don't know how he missed the one from the Chicago Police Superintendent that credits it with reducing gun violence by 20 to 60% in Chicago in the first 4 months of 2018. In terms of experts, we had an expert here. Hey, Gus. We had an expert here, Chief Saunders. I got to think he knows a little bit more about policing than we do. If we don't want to speak to Chief Saunders, how about calling Bill Blair? Have any of us done that? In terms of this concern about civil liberties, there's a big difference between CCTVs, which actually captures people's identity. It's a picture of a person. We can identify it. There's a big difference between that and actually capturing the sound of an incident, where it in no way identifies people. And I think conflating the two does a disservice to what we're trying to accomplish, which is reducing violence in our city.
Councillor Fragedakis. Councillor Fragedakis? No. Councillor Layton.
Yes, thank you very much. I would like to just first thank the mayor, his staff, the police chief, and our senior staff for bringing forward what I think was an attempt at a balanced approach to addressing the recent uptake in gun violence throughout our city. And I give that thanks because it wasn't just it didn't go after one single element of the problem. Rather, it looked at what are many of the responses that we need to take. It wasn't isolated to one, and that is, I think, something that we need to recognize. It looked at the various elements. It didn't quite hit the mark, though, on all of them, and I think that's why we're here having this debate, and I think it's healthy that we're having this debate because we all have various different viewpoints. I think one of the places where it failed to meet what I think our community, our city is demanding is one point on gun control. And we're fortunate that Councillor Cressy brought forward his motion because it's one important piece of this puzzle. And I think that it would be a shame if we didn't recognize, as Councillor Shan did, that at the center of a lot of these violent incidents, these attacks, was a gun. Whether or not it was gotten lawfully or unlawfully, it was brought across the border or it was purchased in Canada, we need levels of government more senior to ours that are tasked with addressing that issue to take a greater position and stronger position to eliminate those guns. And that's why I'll be supporting Councillor Cressy's motion, because I think that despite the fact that this council has repeatedly asked senior levels of government to take action on particularly handguns, they have not. And I'm hopeful that that our current government in Ottawa and that our government at Queen's Park will take it more seriously this time around. I'll say I'm hopeful, but we'll see, and the proof will be when they actually take action. Second is investing in our communities. It's very easy for us to ignore those root causes of violence and inequality or violence being inequality and poverty. It's very easiest for us to ignore that and jump straight to the enforcement piece, which I'll speak about in a minute, and skip over that investing in communities. That's why I think we should be proud that at the core of this response is investing in communities. Where I think we shouldn't be so proud is the years we've spent here debating little bits of plans and implementing little bits of plans rather than going at it with full force, rather than putting the full abilities and wealth that we have in this city to fight that very important thing of inequality and poverty that are at the root of the violence that has taken hold in our city. Now, finally, on the emergency response piece, because it is an important pillar of this. It is an important pillar. And you'll find that I will be quite supportive of some of the recommendations being made in this report on the enforcement side, but the one point that Councillor Matlow beat me to the motion on putting forward was that one of the technologies that being submitted, there's very little information about. There have been no public discussion about this technology. In fact, when I asked very simple questions about how this technology worked, the Chief of Police didn't have those answers. And why should he? There's not a lot of information out there in the public sphere about how it works. There's a lot of information when you Google the technology about how their IPO is doing and how their sales are doing and new people they've picked up for their board of directors. But when it comes to how much does the system generate false calls to the police? What are the costs of those? How much can actually or is actually being recorded from these devices? Who owns the data? That's a pretty simple answer. We don't have that answer now. So I think the approach that Councillor Matlow has put forward that says don't say no, certainly don't say no, but let's bring this through the process rather than just having a single sentence in a letter from the mayor that spends millions of dollars through a sole source. Let's bring it through a little bit of process in order to get us to a final decision on that particular matter, and then let's bring that forward. Because I think that we're just jumping ahead of things rather than looking at all of the responses in a moderate and responsible fashion before we make that move. That money could be better spent elsewhere, but we don't know that yet. So let's get that information.
Councillor Fragedakis.
Thanks, Madam Speaker. So this item today for me actually hits a little too close to home. I'm not really sure where to start, but I know like everyone else, I'd like the gun violence in this city to end. Unfortunately, there's no magic spell for that, and there are today some recommendations and proposals that are important steps that we need to consider. Investments in the youth violence prevention initiatives and expanding the community crisis response program are really important, and I'm glad we're strengthening those programs. Like many of you, I've received a lot of emails in the last few days, and I want to share one from one of my residents. It says, last evening, as we sat on our porch just off Danforth, we received a visit from the Community Crisis Response Program staff. We were so impressed by her kind approach and the information she gave us. These are our city tax dollars well used. When our Chinese neighbors did not understand, she said the information was being translated and she could come back with it. This is exceptional service. I thought the information was very useful and could be most helpful to those experiencing trauma. Thank you for being there for us when we need you. So that program and the youth violence prevention programs need this increased support. I think youth recreation program should be beefed up. I know that about 10 to 15 years ago, I started a youth program in my area of the city where we had some violence in the city, gun violence. And I know at the time, before Mayor Tory was the mayor, he had come out to a community meeting around that violence in the Peyton-Cosburn area. These programs prevent and round out people's education. There are some other important investments from youth employment programs to helping those struggling with mental health issues. And like many, I have some concerns about some of the recommendations. I wish things came before us with more well-researched information. This, though, will not be the first time that I will be asked to vote on something without that, and probably not the last. And to be honest, I don't think the whole lobbying process here does anything to enhance the data-driven decision-making. But beyond the data, there is what people called lived experience. And for the last 2 nights, and even this morning, I was out on the Danforth in my community listening to people's stories. Stories of horror about Sunday's event and fond memories of better days on the Danforth. And the one strong message that I heard from my community is that we will come together. We are resilient, we are strong, and the other burning request of my residents is we need to do something about the guns. Why do people in the city even need guns? That's the question that needs answering, and that's the problem that has to be resolved. I'll be supporting here and forever how long it takes to rid this city of the scourge of guns. In closing, I just wanted to share with all of the victims and their family and friends my deepest sympathies, and to all the first responders and medical teams, my deepest gratitude. My thanks as well to all of the people still toiling away, trying to heal this wound to the heart of my community.
Councillor Cole. Councillor Cole? Councillor Karygiannis?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do have a motion that I would like the clerk to put up, please. Madam Chair, can you ask the clerks to put up the motion? Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you. Madam Chair, the motion that I have is two-part. One is that we ask the federal government to enact legislation to pretty well shut down the border and don't allow guns coming along the American-Canadian border. Our borders, to the best of its ability, is trying to do their work, but there's portions that need to be looked at. The second is for us to ask the federal government to create gun repositories. And this would require long guns and handguns to be locked up and only to be retrieved at the times when they're needed either for hunting or for range target practice. Madam Speaker, a lot of the guns that are used right now, over 50% in order to commit crimes in the City of Toronto, are guns of legitimate owners, and these owners are, have their guns in their houses, they lock them up. A lot of times their safes are being broken into. A lot of times people buy guns and resell them, but if they're in a repository, if they're not returned back once they're taken out, questions would be asked. That will certainly curtail a lot of the legal guns that are used, the handguns that are used for crimes. And then the rest of the motion A will speak to the porous that we have, the situation about guns coming into the city. Madam Speaker, there's a lot of motions that are going here today, and a lot of us are feeling sorry for what happened. I certainly have had been touched with the latest situation on the Danforth. The little child that was killed is very close and dear to me and to my family, and certainly to my constituents, and certainly we feel the pain. However, Madam Speaker, this has gone long enough. We have a lot of gunplay. This has overtaken the summer of the gun in 2006. We have a lot of things that are happening. We have a lot of guns on the street and a lot of people that are dying. And unfortunately, what we're getting from a lot of the authorities is that we need more people on the street. We need more officers on the street. And we are also looking at this, system, sharp gun shooter or a system that's dedicated to reduce gun violence, and there's a lot of people that speak for it and against it. We don't know enough, Madam Speaker. Maybe what we need to do is take the day and reflect on and study it and see what measures we need to put. But one of the things that we do, however we move ahead, we must make sure that we move ahead without a knee-jerk reaction in order for us to have half-assed measures in order to take care of our problems. Madam Speaker, gun control is needed. We need to make sure that we get the guns of the street, and if that means what a famous movie once said, the President of the United States is, I remember Mike Douglas says, then I'm going to go get the guns. Well, we need the same situation here. We need to make sure that we get the guns. We need to make sure that we control the guns. And the second part that talks about repository of guns, this is something that's been tried out in reservations in Manitoba, and it certainly works good. as soon as the repositories were brought in, the violence dropped by about 75% in statistics that are there, and I think it will work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Mammoliti.
I talked with the clerk on one of my motions, and I talked to you as well. I think I just need to stand up and just clarify that the motion with respect to carding needs to be tweaked with language just to make it compliant with the provincial government, and I'm just asking you if we can just do that, which I'm okay with.
Okay, so what you need to do is you need to withdraw and insert the new one.
Is that what I need to do?
Yes.
Withdraw it and insert a
Yes,
new one?
yes.
Then I'd like to do that if possible. I
Okay.
understand that that's what I have to do.
On favor? Carried. Yes, withdrawing. And then put your new, introduce your new one.
I'll do it right now.
Yes.
The clerk has it. So I'm just going to introduce this, this new one to replace the old one, that's all.
Just a sec, just a sec. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. He withdrew
So
his,
may I just express, so my understanding is I just voted to give permission to Councillor Mammoliti to withdraw his
withdraw.
motion. So I don't understand how this other motion is in
so
front of us.
he's withdrawing that motion, and it's done many times, Councillor Perks, and he's replacing it with this motion. Yes. It's the same outcome, it's just that he's reworded it
Oh,
differently.
okay, if that's the ruling, then
Yeah.
it's the same outcome, then
Yeah.
I understand. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, and let me see, Councillor DiCiano?
He's back here talking with the lawyer.
Councillor DiCiano? No? Councillor Perruzza, you're on the phone, come on, you're up to speak.
Say goodbye.
Councillor Perruzza?
Say goodbye. He won't say goodbye.
Okay, Councillor Perruzza to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. I didn't expect to be up so soon. I have a motion. If you can get through the English, it's self-explanatory. I just want to say I've been listening to the debate, and I've been going through some of the recommendations and the reports that we have in front of us, and I have to tell you, I agree with those folks that basically have said this. When someone who is not in the right frame of mind, when someone whose mind is not right, whether because they are sick, there's some mental health issue, or whether they are just simply committed to committing violence. And then you put that person, you put that mind, and you give them a gun, and quite frankly, the rest of us are completely and totally powerless in that instance. Because the person with that frame of mind and with the gun in hand, they all of a sudden have all the power. And I listened to some of the comments that were made by Councillor Mammoliti, and those are the kind of the smoke and mirror kind of positions that create the impression that somehow now you can take a person who is in a foul state of mind and has a weapon in hand, and somehow you think that now you can prevent violence from occurring because you institute a curfew, or because you do a whole bunch of other things, or because you put a police officer on every street corner or in every neighborhood, or some of those other kinds of things. Reality is that you can't. because all of the power rests in the hands of that person who has that gun and who has that frame of mind. They now decide who they're going to hurt and how badly they're going to hurt them and how badly they're going to scar them, scar their families, and scar a community. That's the reality. So you say, how do we take that situation and deal with it in an effective way? Get rid of the gun. Not a bad place to start. But given that in North America we are gun-toting cultures, gun-toting lovers, that's why the guns are here. While here in Toronto we may not have that position, but across Ontario and across this country, we are a gun-toting society. We love them.
I don't love
That's why the governments don't get rid of them. And that's why every time we ask, nothing really gets done about it. So then if you're not going to get rid of the guns, then what you need to do is you need to deal with that individual, with their state of mind, with their intention. So that's why when we invest in mental health, that's why when we steer kids away from gangs and guns, we steer them away from being desensitized towards committing great acts of violence, senseless acts of violence. Those are the kinds of investments, the kinds of programs that have long-term effect. Because now you're dealing with the individual. So that's why I'm going to support some of the stuff that's in front of us. I love the notion that, you know, we're going to extend community center hours and
Thank you, Councillor.
and some of those other things that are targeted
Thank
towards
you.
young people. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor DiCiano.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I've got a motion to put up on the screen. I'm not sure if it was circulated.
I wish. Staff have the motion.
It's not yours. That City Council require the City Manager to monitor the use and potential community benefits of shot spotters in at-risk communities in consultation with affected communities and Toronto Police Services Board, and to report back to City Council on the effectiveness of this technology in the first quarter of 2019. So, Madam Speaker, we all know what's going on this summer in the city, and I just feel strongly that if there's something we can do to quell the gun violence in the city, it needs to be done. And we can do that right away if we vote on the recommendations before us here today. And we can also learn from this technology. I don't feel that there's any need to delay the implementation of this technology when the problem is now. You know, I've heard from some of my council colleagues that, you know, we shouldn't jump the gun. The gun's been jumped. We're hearing it and seeing it every day in our city, and we got to do everything we can. So I'm hoping council will endorse the recommendations before us here today, but this motion simply says, let's look at the technology as we use it over the next 6 months. Let's learn from it. Let's see its benefits. Let's see if there are any negative repercussions from this technology. And council can then make an informed decision because we've had an ability to see it in action. With respect to the abundance of motions before us here today, I mean, you know, it's there's millions and millions of dollars here that we're going to be spending, and this notion that we policymakers are somehow going to put all this money into programs, and that's the only solution there is, I'm at a loss. We need to do everything we can right now using technology to give our police officers what they need. So I'm hoping you'll support the motion.
Thank you. We do have a question for you, clarification of the motion. Councillor Shan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillor, when you were describing it, you mentioned both benefits and negative effects, but you don't have that in the motion. Would you be open to having potential community benefits or negative impacts of?
Yeah, of course.
Because you're trying to evaluate either side, not necessarily on one.
Yeah, it says in consultation with affected communities, so I'm sure if there's any negative effects, the affected communities will certainly bring that forward to the city manager.
Yeah, so if you're looking at potential community benefits, why not look at potential harms as well?
Like I said, I have no problems with that. I'm looking to hear from the communities on their experience with the technology. So I'm assuming that experience could be positive or negative. I'm looking to see what benefits there are by bringing this in. If the community comes back to us and says there actually isn't a benefit, this is the negative, I think we're going to hear that loud and clear in the first quarter of, I mean, look, you know, we're all adults here. We all know what the situation is. To have to, you know, mold emotion so that we treat our city staff like little babies. I think they know through the consultation process. We're looking to see if there's actual benefits to this, but through the working with affected communities, I'm sure if there's a negative situation that arises, we'll hear about it and it'll be reported back to this council.
For me, benefits is a positive direction to our hypothesis here. Either which, if you're open to changing potential community impact, would mean both things as well.
I'm good with the motion the way it stands.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hart, clarification of the motion.
Yeah, it's just a quick question to the councillor. I'm just wondering why you wouldn't direct the chief of police to report through the Police Services Board, given that the Police Services Board has oversight.
That's a great question, Councillor. I initially had that in my motion, and I was told that it's better written if it goes through Police Services Board, since that is who we direct in a way or consult with. So I've been told that we can't ask the police chief directly.
You can request.
I tried that, so it was rewritten to the board.
To the board. I mean, you can request to the board.
Thank you.
Good. There we go. You don't get the camera time, but what the hell? I was just show and tell.
Councillor Cole.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know what? I wish we weren't debating this item here today. I wish we were having our standard placeholder debate of subway versus LRT, or many of the other things we discuss in this city.
Trees.
Or trees. But you know what? In a sad and bizarre way, it's good we're having this debate and discussion. And I would argue that it's long overdue. Madam Speaker, it's just, yeah, I can't.
If I can please ask for some quiet. Okay, go ahead.
Order.
Sorry. Councillor Cole?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So while I wish we weren't having this debate, it's one we have to have. It's one we probably should have had a while ago. And sadly, you know, in my time as a councillor, I've been to a lot of funerals. I've had to, we have these critical safety meetings after shootings and after murders, and I have to do them a lot. They're actually kind of routine in a lot of the neighborhoods I represent, which is really a sad state of affairs. I have to talk to 7- and 8-year-olds about the shootings they've witnessed, or you know, a 15-year-old who had to dodge bullets the other night, and he and his dad played dead, And that's one of the things that maybe saved them from being shot at. And so these are the kind of discussions that have been happening, and not in the last year. These are the things that have been happening in some communities for, sadly, a long, long time. And I think we have to confront that reality, and that there are some fundamental issues. And it's not, I'm glad the debate, and I hope the debate won't be about, whether it's just about policing or it's about programs. We all know it's both, and I think most of us who have spoken today have expressed we need to do both. It's about, I guess, striking the right balance in that case. But there are some uncomfortable truths or issues that I think we have trouble discussing. I mean, Councillor Mammoliti has touched on some of the ways TCH communities and tenants are victimized. Home takeovers is a real thing. It happens quite a bit. If you think about it, it is a very small percentage of people, whether they're TCH tenants or not, many of them are not on leases. They might live there, but they're not on leases, who victimize these neighborhoods. They use them as their playgrounds at times for some of this terrible and horrific activity that we see on the streets far too often. There is even situations where we have these meetings, again, it's almost like routine now, sadly, where after a crisis, after a shooting, after a murder, we meet in the community. And what I've since found out is many of the people who perpetrate those crimes go to those meetings, or they send people to those meetings to make sure that the good people, the great citizens in that community won't say anything. So you sit in these meetings and it's utter silence at times. And you wonder why no one's speaking up, and there's this intimidation that's happening for a very small percentage of the population who's preying on really vulnerable people, and it's disappointing, and I can't imagine for the people who have to live through it every day. And I'm able to say that when I'm at these meetings. I go home at night to a different neighborhood, yet they still have to go to school. There are young men, parents who won't let their 17, 18-year-old sons walk home from Lawrence West subway station to their street just a few blocks away. And this has been happening for years. And so that's why I say this conversation is long overdue. I'm a bit disappointed that so much of the conversation publicly and in this chamber has fixated on this $4 million expense of the shot spotter technology. I can't speak for all of my constituents, but I certainly know that most of them who are affected by violence, at every single meeting we have, they say to me, why aren't you, they say you, the city, putting up more cameras? Why aren't you doing this? And then I kind of go through a whole kind of routine and explain why we can or why it's maybe not a good idea. They want them. They want more police on the streets in their neighborhoods. They beg for the cops on the bikes. They even get to the point where they say, just put old police cars that aren't being used anymore and put them around the neighborhood so maybe people might think their police are there to deter this kind of activity. But I almost wonder, and what I say disappoints me about this one focus of the debate, I almost feel like, well, it's a nice luxury to have for an issue about, and it's a great conversation to have, and maybe it's kind of academic and theoretical about privacy concerns, but it almost seems like a luxury to have that kind of conversation when people in many of the communities I represent, I know councillors around this chamber represent, are just dealing with people being shot at and murdered a lot, day after day after day. And so that has to end. And so I don't think that we can have that luxury. And I think I was quoted as saying with this technology specifically, like, I will look at anything. And I think that's the position that most of our residents are in right at this point, who feel victimized, who want us to look at everything and try and make these changes. So it is that core investment we have to keep making. It is some of the policing that we've addressed today to make sure that community policing is strong. And I think we have to look at all options to make sure our communities are safe. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor Davis.
Thank you, Speaker. I have not yet publicly expressed my deepest sympathy to those affected by the shooting on the Danforth and their families and friends. Our Danforth is the heart of our neighborhood, and we have been traumatized. But I'm confident that this community will stand strong, will recover, and we will be a vibrant Main Street once again. But I'm not sure that some of those young women who are affected will heal as quickly as our community does. I met several of them yesterday at the prayer service, and they have been witnesses to a tragedy that none of us should be witnesses to. And I know it will be very hard for them to sleep at night, ever again, without the images popping into their minds. And what happened on the Danforth, as we all know, is happening across the city. Not at the scale of that shooting, but it's happening in our homes through domestic violence. It's happening last week in our playgrounds. It's happening everywhere. And what we are seeing is an unprecedented use of guns. And we know that the crime in this city has gone down. It has gone down. But what has not gone down, what has gone up dramatically, is the use of weapons. And we know, and I will be supporting the recommendations before us, accept that new technology until it's tested, until we know more. We know that we have to address the root causes of violence and crime in this city.
Councillor Davis, I'm going to put your time on hold. It's my understanding you have motions. You haven't introduced your motions.
Yes, I knew I was supposed to do. They were advance circulated.
Yes, but you still have to introduce them.
I know, and I even asked the clerk, and I even stacked it in a way that I thought I would do that.
Okay,
So
they're on
I
the
have
screen.
3 motions. The first one is to look at the gun clubs that exist still in the City of Toronto. We began this in 2008. There is one in my ward, and I want to make sure that it is operating as a short-term measure legally. Secondly, I want to make sure that we look at the feasibility. Second, to look at the feasibility of potential acquisition and repurposing of gun clubs and shooting ranges. And lastly, I want to look at making sure we address children younger than youth who are in the middle years. And I'll speak to that later on. We do know we do know that we need a combination of prevention, enforcement, in order to tackle guns, in order to tackle violence in the City of Toronto. We know that we have to address the root causes to build a more equitable and inclusive city. And that means addressing poverty, housing, services, decriminalizing drugs to undermine and eliminate the illegal drug trade as best we can. Youth leadership programs, youth employment programs, anti-racism, education, training, keeping kids in school, restorative justice. We know what is needed. We absolutely know what is needed, and we need to put more resources into those programs and commit the budget in this place every year to make sure we deliver more of those programs. We know this. How many reports do we need to tell us? We know this. We've been discussing this in this place every year since I've been here and for years before that. Yes, we need more we need adequate enforcement. We want our communities to feel safe and to have officers visible and our response rates to be quick. All of these things are necessary, but what we know is we have to get rid of guns. Do you know, I went online, and I hope you will watch at this for me because I'm doing a little show and tell here. You can go online and find out in just 4 minutes, as they tell you here, about how to get a gun in Canada. You need a safety course, but don't worry. They tell you in this.
Thank you, Councillor Davis. Your time is up.
Oh, no, it's not.
Yes, it is. I've got it here. That hasn't been moving.
Oh.
Your time is up. Okay. We do have a question. Councillor Mammoliti, 3 minutes, clarification.
You know, I've been hearing a lot about going after law-abiding citizens with the whole gun thing. And now I'm hearing from you that it's gun ranges. How many gangbangers actually go to gun ranges and use them?
What I know, Councillor, is there is a gun club right across the street from a social housing building right beside a school, and any night I'll take you up there, Councillor, and you can hear the guns shooting in that shooting range, and every child hears guns going bang, bang, bang on a summer night. And I tell you, that is not acceptable in the City of Toronto for families to be exposed to shooting and guns every night of the week.
How many of them
And
are
that's
gangbangers?
what that's about.
How many of them actually use the
You're
facility
supposed to be clarifying my
that are gangbangers
motion.
and that are killing people on the streets in our social housing buildings?
You know what I know? I know
many of
that
those
guns are too
Okay,
many guns
okay,
are
okay,
available.
please,
How
clarification
many of those
the
members are
motion,
actually
Madam
using
Leader,
that gun
Councilor
club?
Malidi.
What I know is that gun club tells every kid in that social housing building and every kid in that school that guns are still acceptable in the City of Toronto. That's what that gun club tells those
I see.
kids.
So allowing
And
our
I
12
know
allowing our
that
12
those residents do not want to hear guns on their street at night.
So what is
They walk in, predominantly white middle-aged men carrying black bags every night into
Their
that
fault.
building. And you know what they
It's
do?
their fault.
They pull them out and shoot guns. I'm
Counselor-
not saying that they're responsible.
Counselor Mamalidi,
I'm saying it
please.
legitimizes guns.
Councillor Davis.
Not right.
Councillor
So what
Davis,
you're saying is the little white men with the black
Say little
cases
white men, mostly of them are big.
it's their fault that the
Counsel-
gangbangers are killing people on our
okay. No, Councillor Mamalidi, that's not what she's saying, it's clarification of the motion.
I'm going to try.
Councillor Mihevc, clarification of the motion.
Councillor Davis, you seem to have a concern about gun ownership and the ease with which people have guns in our society. Can you speak more to that issue?
Yes, absolutely. You can go and get yourself a course one day on a Saturday in the City of Toronto, and you know that there are 31 courses between now and the end of December for one Saturday, and you can get your license to buy a gun. And just like this online site says, go shopping. You know what you can go shopping for legally in Canada? You can go to this, buy this. You can buy this. You can buy this. You can buy this, 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 this. These are not just handguns. These are assault rifles that can be bought. They're the ones that have been used in the mass shootings in Canada and across the U.S.
Okay, thank you.
These should not be available in our city or in our country.
Yes. Thank you. I think we're just getting into long discussions.
I'm
Now-
passionate.
now-
I apologize. It's very
Now,
real,
Councillor
and
Davis,
we have
hold
to
on.
make change.
Councillor Davis, you still have some questions. Councillor Wong Tam, clarification of the motion.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It was my understanding back in 2008 that there was, that the City of Toronto actually restricted and then eventually eliminated many of the gun and rifle clubs in the city. Is that not correct?
There were 6. 2 of them were closed that were on city properties. There were 4 remaining. The chief planner believes that there are 2 remaining. And what my motions say is let's look at potentially acquiring those and putting them to use for other civic services that we know we desperately need, like shelters or housing or other purposes. There are 2 remaining.
And when the City of Toronto restricted those 6 back in 2008, did it have the support of the mayor at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And did it have the support of the police chief at that time?
Yes.
And did it have the support of the chief planner at that time?
Yes.
And so there should be no reason why we cannot close the remaining 2 gun clubs in the City of Toronto. Is that correct?
I think that we should make, they were made legal nonconforming, but not necessarily based on very clear evidence, and I don't believe that there is a need for a shooting range in the City of Toronto. Many people who shoot can go elsewhere, but in a residential neighborhood, beside a school, across from 2 social housing buildings, we don't need a gun club.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Perruzza, clarification.
I'm curious to know from Councillor Davis, why is it so easy to be able to purchase a gun or get a gun in
This
Canada?
is not clarification,
Yeah, it's-
Councillor
No, it is.
Kaluza.
It is. It is. It's very clear.
No,
We
it's
have
not.
had in this country an elimination of gun control legislation. And I support the mayor's motion to make sure that we not only support the federal legislation, but tighten and make federal legislation even stricter so that we do not allow assault rifles and handguns to be purchased in this country.
Okay, thank you.
And I guess my other question, just my follow-up question to that is, given that we're always saying you should get rid of guns, we should ban the guns, we should close up the borders, we should make it harder for people to have guns and rifles and all the rest of it, why are there so many guns, and why is it so easy to get a gun?
Okay, Councillor Pruitt, that again is not clarification of the motion.
Well, it is.
It costs,
No, it's
it
not.
costs $125 for a course and
I-
$80 for a license. And bang, you can go shopping. Bang,
Thank
can
you.
go shopping.
I would suggest that when we ask questions on a motion, you have it in front of you and read it so you know what you're asking. Councillor Shan?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Councillor
Yeah.
Davis, this is the second time we have a motion that is dealing with under 15-year-old. One was about a curfew and probably criminalizing young people. This one, how does it differ?
It's very clear that we have robust programs, many too expensive and not as accessible as they should be for children under the age of 10. But between 10 and up, when children are very vulnerable and often left on their own, we don't have a lot of programs for that age group. So I think whatever we do, we recognize children get off on the wrong path very, very early. And we need to make sure that our middle childhood strategy connects with children, finds ways to engage them in all of our neighborhoods early, and then feeds into the youth programs. But we can't wait until kids are 18, 19 and already in trouble before we start providing programs. We have to start earlier. We all know that even at the preschool level, we should be investing in young people to make sure that they get the kinds of programs and services.
Thank you. Councillor Burnside, clarification of the motion, please.
Oh, I'm very disappointed. I heard Councillor Wong Tam that say that 4 clubs have been closed, 2 are left.
I asked the chief planner today. Their best information is that there were 6 to begin with in 2008 when we introduced the new zoning. 2 of them were closed, Don Montgomery Recreation Center, Union Station, and then there were 4 remaining private clubs. 2 of those have closed now because of redevelopment, is the best information that the planner has, and they think there are 2 remaining.
Do we know if the closing of these clubs has had any impact on gun violence in our city?
I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
It probably means that fewer people are actually buying guns and shooting if it's less convenient to go out and shoot.
Thank
So,
you. Councillor.
Thank you.
No. Councillor Bailao to speak.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do have a motion that I want to place. And the motion is to ask the city manager in collaboration with Toronto Police Services Board to, prior to awarding the contract to the ShotSpotter, to consult with the Office of the Ontario Information and Privacy Commissioner. And if there are any issues that are not resolved, that it be reported to executive. So we do, I believe, need to address these issues. If there are any issues that are not to the satisfaction of the Privacy Commissioner, we need to have that discussion. I think it is important that we balance the safety in our city with the rights of our people. And I think that it is important that we take clear measures and that we respond to the needs of our enforcement needs, but that we also never forget our rights and freedoms here in this country. So I think it's really important that we have a position like this. I will be supporting a lot of the motions that are in front of us, including the ban on the handguns. I cannot understand, and this was said by several councillors in here, why anybody needs a gun in this city. And after hearing that most of the guns in the legal trade end up being bought legally in our city, they are getting to the hands of some people that shouldn't have them at all, but they're being bought legally. I think even though we can't ban them here, we have the obligation to do everything we can and to ask and to call the attention of other levels of government for this issue. Madam Speaker, very often I hear people saying that we're so lucky not to have the mass shootings that happen in the States. We're so lucky to live in a neighborhood that doesn't have shootings. And I always try to remind people that it's not a matter of luck. It's a matter of policy. It's not lucky. It is the policies and the investments that we've done in healthcare, in education, in programs for youth, in housing. That is what made us a city that is inclusive, that addresses social issues, and that is what it many times is at risk when we don't make these investments. That's why when we have a plan like this to address gun violence, it is essential that we not only address the enforcement part of the issue, but that we actually ensure that we address the issue that can prevent people from getting into having to use a gun or wanting to use a gun. And so it's not a matter of luck, it's a matter of policies and positions that we take. And in front of us today, we need to send a clear signal that we're going to invest those funds. But it's not only today. It doesn't end today. The gun violence doesn't start and end today, doesn't start and end with a tragic incident. It is the result of years and years of doing and years of working and years of investing or not in the programs that contribute for this. So I hope that we can have a strong support for these initiatives that clearly not only address the enforcement, but actually address some of these issues in a more proactive way, which is really what we need, is to have those proactive investments in our city and in our services.
Thank you. Councillor Hart to speak.
Thank you, Speaker. A number of comments have come out today about the technology ShotSpotter and whether or not the TPS should move forward with it. I've heard comments that we should bring it through a little bit of process, which is exactly what the Toronto Police Board said when we discussed the item this month, and that's why we asked it to come back to the September meeting. For those of you who were here earlier when I was asking questions of the CIO of the Toronto Police, I asked him what process will be in place before we actually move forward with it. And he said there'll be a privacy impact assessment. He'll report out on ownership rights of the data. He will talk about the privacy issues that all of us have concerns about. So the board, in its oversight responsibility, will be looking at the issues that some of you have talked about today. A number of people have pulled out articles where there's some concern about the technology and whether it's effective. Well, we can all do that, but I want a more comprehensive report at the board. But Chicago, this is what they're saying. They say the technology dramatically reduces response time for as much as 8 minutes to 30 seconds by essentially eliminating time-consuming 911 calls. It's such a success this year, Chicago is expanding the technology from 2 of its most dangerous police districts to a total of 8. That's 2018. Those 2 districts, before we started this program, were 2 of the districts that led the city in violence. Now those 2 districts lead the reductions in violence in the city. I think that's a pretty important thing to stay with you, in addition to the fact that the board will be looking at the requirements and the fact that the privacy issues that have been raised here today will be discussed by the board and reported on. Another issue that's come up in some of the discussions is whether or not we need more officers and whether or not we need them right now. We may well need more officers down the road, but we certainly don't need them right now. Now, I asked the chief, what message are you giving us? Are you giving us the message that your officers need to do the right thing with the right people at the right time? And he agreed that that's what he needs to do. You know, police right now are doing a lot of the things that they don't need to do. They need to divest some of those things to other people like MLS to do some of those more routine enforcement actions. The right people isn't necessarily an officer. It could be a civilian employee, so that frees up more officers. And the right times, we've heard all about shift schedules. Right times are critical. Any operation that you run, whether it's police or anything else, you need to have your people at the right time. So having more officers at the right time actually appears to have more resources, when in fact you have the same number of resources, you're just using them more effectively. I think we all by and large agree on this report. Lots of comments around gun control, which I agree with. But let's move forward with this. Let's give the police the resources they need, and let's move forward with some technology that's less labor intensive. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you. Councillor DeGiorgio?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will be relatively brief, but I want to go into some comments about the nature of crime in my area, as well as let me begin by echoing my support for the comments that were made by Councillor Hart. I support a lot of the motions that talk about expanding preventive measures and introducing a collaborative approach, a balanced approach. All of those are good things, and a lot of those things we're already doing. And the recommendations basically say we have to expand those programs. We have to do a more effective job. We have to put more resources, financial resources, into prevention programs, into trying to catch our youth, or at least motivate our youth to not get involved with a life related to crime. Those are all good things, and I think we do a very good job of that. My concern revolves around an actual reality that individuals who violate rules and who actually use guns are well known to the police. And for whatever reason that I don't fully understand, the police are not able to deal with these individuals in a manner that I think is adequate and appropriate and acceptable to my community. And so I tend to take a very, very simplistic approach to problems of this nature. I don't look at 100 motions being brought forward that say, let's just keep doing more of what we're doing, hoping that that will eradicate the problem. I look at two simple things. Let's do those things right. One, deal with unacceptable behavior. And the only way that I know of to deal with unacceptable behavior, that is people who break rules, is to make sure that there is a deterrent that people understand, and when they do break those rules, we follow through and implement the deterrent. Now, people say, well, I don't really believe in an enforcement system. Well, the reality is that if we have not so lenient a punishment system that is well communicated to people, and those people who violate the rules are then given a level of punishment that they basically asked for by violating rules, and I mean actually use a gun and shoot somebody. There have to be consequences to people who violate rules of that nature, because we deem those rules to be sacrosanct. Someone who takes another's life is breaking what I call a mortal rule, and we need to do something about that. And that doesn't mean finding ways whereby we say, well, you know what, and I don't want to get into the element of mental health, because that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about if people have mental health issues, that you deal with those in a different way. What I am talking about is people who commit a crime knowingly. And in my area yesterday afternoon, for example, one car pulls up against another car. On Rustic and Maidstone. They stopped in front of a home that's deemed to be, let's say, a hotspot for drugs and whatnot. And all of a sudden, one guy in one car shoots right through the car and hits the person in the other car in the leg and then shoots him in the chest. We're talking about one car to another car. And boom, the guy who does the shooting is gone. So I deal with all different forms of crime in my area. And I think zero tolerance is something that we have to consider very, very seriously when it comes to people who break rules that we deem to be sacrosanct. Secondly, I want to talk to you on one other issue, and that is when you have, I'll call them toxic people who live in TCHC buildings and actually antagonize, they're putting fear into the hearts of other people who live in the building. When that kind of situation exists, when someone exhibits behavior that is unacceptable, you can't intimidate other people. And if you do choose to intimidate other people, there are consequences to that. And the consequence that I would like to see, and it's very hard to implement, is those people have to be evicted. Somehow, those toxic people have to be removed from an environment where the majority of people operate according to the rules. I know some of you may not share those particular opinions with myself, and that requires change to provincial rules.
Thank you, Councillor DiGiorgio. I thought you said you were going to be brief. Councillor Thompson. Yes, Councillor Fletcher?
Yeah, I can't hear you very well, but these mics are booming today. I'm hardly speaking, and it's careening around the room. So, yeah, imagine how you feel. But Councillor DiGiorgio is a pretty calm guy, but that was really loud. We need to have these mics. They're too hot. We should be having a pretty calm our microphones.
They're too
even
hot?
Now, even if I wanted to speak low, I couldn't.
Yeah, okay. We'll have some. Thank you.
Yours, on the other hand, isn't loud enough. So we have a balance
Oh, you
problem.
want me to scream?
No, I just want you to speak in the mic. It's not your voice level, it's how these are being operated today,
understand.
Speaker. And I'd like you to have that corrected.
Thank you.
It's highly annoying here today.
Thank you. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I have a motion. Ask the clerk to put the motion on the screen. Members can read the motion, but in essence, it's asking that the mayor establish a community safety advisory body. It seems to me we have abilities to discuss issues around parking enforcement, many other issues here. We actually have a body that discuss King Street, the lack of traffic on King Street. We have a body that discuss the issues around hoarding here, but we actually don't have a body of any kind that really deals with community safety. And some years ago we had the Community Safety Secretariat under then Mayor Miller. We had the Community Safety Advisory Panel and so on. And I know a number of things have been rolled into SDFA and so on, and Mr. Berlinger and his group in dealing with these things. But if we had one of these advisory bodies and so on, consist of obviously maybe a judge who would maybe chair it on behalf of the mayor or the mayor co-chair and so on, and all of these particular groups and agencies, which is what we had similar in about, I think it was 05, 06. Nonetheless, Madam Speaker, when we deal with these particular issues, we come to council and we spend the time like we're spending it today, ad hocly, and trying to make up policies on the fly, looking at technology and so on, and trying to, advance, obviously, measures to affect the challenges. Many of the things that some of the folks are experiencing now, we experienced those in 03, 04, 05 in Scarborough, and the Versace boys, the Galloway boys, and Malvern crew, and all of the rest in terms of the gang violence and so on. And so while I don't actually, want necessarily others to experience what we have experienced, although it's happening more so in the city, I do think that it's important for us to be able to have a forum where we can deal with varying NGOs and others to discuss this issue on a timely basis, not just to react to it and so on. I have a variety of documents here, speakers, that goes back to 03, and I have others in my drawer downstairs. Everything what we've discussed here today, we've discussed it from 2003 to now 2018. That's all 15 years ago. The issue with respect to Shot Stopper I think I became first aware of that probably about 2004, 2005, the technology. In New Jersey, they had it. Now, the difference there is that in those places, many of those places are not really police, like policing in our city. What tends to happen there is that those areas, because you're not really police, no one, and in fact, I've looked at the numbers, in most of those areas, 75 to 80% of the people will not call 911 because they're not actually police in the manner that we are here in Toronto. We are. I think that if there's a gunshot anywhere in the city, people will pick up their phone and call 911. I'm willing to, okay, go ahead and go with the flow and do the shot stoppers if people think that it's going to work. I really don't think, quite frankly, long term it is the solution, but I think as we are now actually jumping at anything we can latch our hands on or to demonstrate to the public that we are doing something. In fact, we have failed in a very large way to be consistent, to maintain, and to sustain our efforts with respect to dealing with these particular issues. We have, for example, speaking, if you talk to many in marginalized community, they will tell you that their view is that at the hands of police, they feel that they're being oppressed. And in fact, at the other end of the spectrum is that it's inadequate policing in terms of helping. So all of the violence and all the young black men who are being killed and so on don't feel that the community don't feel that the solve rate, for example, in terms of the crime and so on and the murder in the community is adequate in terms of helping the community. So the big issue we have now is the inability for a large number of members of community to actually work with the police because there's the trust issue. We've heard about the issue around shift schedule and so on, and I realize a variety of things that we have to discuss. I believe that if we're able to address some of those issues, we can actually deal with the issues in terms of the lack of the number of officers that we need to help us with respect to the system as such, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this is a very complex, very difficult issue, but I don't think that we simply have a meeting at Council and actually put things on the table and say that we've solved the problem, because in fact we don't. The police have a tough job to do. We as a Council and members have to do a better job in terms of being more sustained and more focused in terms of community safety if we are serious.
Thank you, Councillor Thompson. Recess to 6:30.
recorded. I don't know why.
Okay, members of council, if you can please take your seats. This meeting is now resumed. Before the recess, City Council was debating the mayor's key item, CC 44.14, on immediate steps to address gun violence. Before we return to that item, I would take the release of holds. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, Speaker. On page 11, I have two I can release. I've spoken with Councillor Holliday, who's comfortable with me now releasing them. TE 3418.180, Spadina Crescent and Russell Street traffic control signal. I can release that.
Okay, so on page 11, T 34.180, Councillor Cressy is releasing. All in favor? Carried.
And the second one I can release, again, Councillor Holliday and I have spoken, and he's comfortable with me to release it, is TE 34.210, traffic and parking amendments, Ward 20. I think Councillor Holliday wanted a recorded vote on this one. No? I'll just release it then. Thank you.
All in favor? Carried. Councillor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. On page 3, EX 36.38, potential rooming house property acquisition and modernization in Ward 14, Parkdale High Park. Again, Councillor Holliday has very graciously consented to me releasing it.
On page 3, EX 36.38. All in favor? Carried. Isn't it nice when we work with each other? Councillor Fragadakis?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'm just looking for the item. Just bear with me, I'm trying to find the number. It's, I think, CC 44.10, and I don't know what page it's on. Yes, here it is. Request for direction on local planning appeal tribunal appeals of official plan amendment 320 neighborhoods policies. I've had my questions answered and I can release it. If I could just get a recorded vote, that'd be great.
Page 12, CC 4410, recorded vote.
Councillor De Bearmaker, please. Councillor Pragadakis. Councillor, thank you.
Okay.
The item is adopted 33 to 2.
Okay?
And I'm quickly trying to find what page it's on, if you could just a minute. Oh, here. Audit 13.10.
What page?
Page number 3. A review of urban forestry permit issuance and tree bylaw enforcement requires significant improvement. I've had my questions answered from staff. I've spoken to the chair, Councillor Holiday, and I just would like a recorded vote.
On page 3, AU 1310, Councillor Fragedakis releasing it, recorded vote.
Councillor Tracy, please.
Councillor Shan, please.
The item is adopted 37 to 1.
I have another one. I'm going to try again. Page 3, EX 36.4. Various people have spoken to me. They're now fine with the amendment. If we could just have a recorded vote on that. Oh, I beg EX 36.4, delegation of authority for the remainder of the 2014.
I think there's an issue here.
Oh, I spoke to Councillor. I'm sorry, I didn't realize that you wanted to speak to me.
Okay, it's not a quick item. Councillor Shiner.
Madam Speaker, on page 6, Government Management Committee, item number 29.23, relocation of ML ready-mix concrete batching facilities and the purchase of 29 Judson Street and lease out of 545 Commissioner Street. Madam Speaker, I am prepared to release that. I just hope our colleagues understand, and I'm supporting what we're doing. We're trying to fix a very great problem that one of our colleagues has, where there is a cement plant right next to residential, and we are helping to relocate them to the concrete facility that is in Councillor Fletcher's ward, where she has a number of facilities, and it works down there in that area. So we are trying to help out the community, are doing it by this.
Thank you. Page 6, GM 2523, Councillor Shiner is releasing. On favor? Carried. Yes, Councillor Shiner.
You shut my microphone off, but I really would like to move this council meeting along and be helpful. So on page 7,
Yes?
PG 31.9, there was a report, How Does the City Grow? Update for 2018.
There's an interest by Councillor Fillion.
So I will hold it, and if Councillor Fillion has an amendment he wants, that's fine, because I would like to get it done before the city grows anymore. On the next page, I don't know if staff have my motion ready, NY 32.11. Is it up and been circulated?
It's with us. It's a pink. It's this one.
Yes. Staff drafted this for me.
It's on the screen.
Yes, Brian
Hey, on
Haley looked at it, he discussed it, and he put these recommendations.
Councillor Mihevik, please.
So
Okay, Councillor Shiner.
I am moving this. This is a site plan application. We are accepting the site plan application as staff have recommended, and just trying to be sure that the construction doesn't impose on the public right-of-ways in any undue way.
Okay, on page 8,
I'm moving the amendment.
NY 32.11, The amendment is on the screen. On favor? Carried.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Layton?
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This is on page number 7, PW 31.11, Green Bin Organic Waste Processing and Capacity in the Province of Ontario. I have a very small motion that City Council direct the General Manager of Solid Waste Management Services to review at the appropriate time and in alignment with the end of the potential contract extension for the operation of Disco Road Organics Processing Facility, the opportunity to operate this facility by city staff rather than using external contracted services. Okay.
That is a whole bunch of... Well, there's a shock.
Councillor Wong Tam?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. On page 3, I'd like to release EX 36.32, Housing Opportunities Toronto Action Plan 2020 to 2030.
Like 5 years from
On page 3?
That is correct, Madam Speaker. It's EX 36.32.
Okay, on page 3, EX 36.32, Councillor Wong Tam is releasing. On favor? Carried. Okay, Marilyn? Deputy Mayor Minnan-Wong.
Yes? Oh. Yes. I have a motion for the appointment of a public member of the Aboriginal community to the Heritage Toronto Board. The reason for the urgency is because City Council needs to appoint a public member to the Heritage Toronto Board to help retain quorum.
On favor? Carried.
Brilliant.
Pardon? Councillor Cressy.
Thank you, staff. At the request of city staff, Councillor Crawford and I are bringing this forward regarding the bylaw for the creative co-location facilities. It's urgent and allow work to continue in implementing the new subclass.
On favor? Carried. Councillor Robinson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is for T-Lab request, 80 Brayside Road in Ward 25.
Okay, on favor? Carried. Councillor Troisi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This motion is urgent as it relates to a Committee of Adjustment application that will be heard before the next meeting of City Council. Thank you.
On favor? Carried. Councillor Al-Jamari.
Oh, this motion is urgent because delaying the site redevelopment for a further 2 years would cause the owner undue project delay and financial hardship.
On favor? Carried. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to move this motion regarding 50 St. Joseph Street. The matter is urgent. We want the construction to begin as soon as possible. These funds will help move that along. Thank you.
On favor? Carried. Councillor Bailao.
Yes, a motion with regards to 1132 College Street, an application to the Alcohol Gaming Commission.
On favor? Carried. Councillor Cressy.
This item is urgent and allow work to commence regarding potential new affordable housing during the council break.
On favor? Carried. Councillor Palacio. Okay, so he's not here. I've seconded the motion, so I'll present it. Okay, on favor? Carried. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This matter is urgent because we want to avoid untimely delays related to the implementation of this project, which is the new, the street bump outs and improvements to Gloucester Street.
On favor?
Thank you.
Carried. Councillor Bailao.
Yes, Madam Speaker, this is an application with regard to local planning appeal tribunal application.
On favor? Carried. Councillor Cole. Councillor Cole? Who was the seconder? Anybody? Okay, Councillor De Beermaker, would you like to move it?
2018 Parks, Forestry, and Recreation operating budget.
Thank you. On favor, carried. Councillor Holland.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. So that the boundaries of the Golden Mile Secondary Plan review study and the reason for urgency is the motion is urgent in order to ensure that no changes are made to the boundaries of the Golden Mile Secondary Plans review study during the recess period from July 2018 to January 2019.
On favor, carried. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you very much, Speaker. This item relates to garbage collection in the area of Wexford Heights BIA, 1819, 1888, 1889 Lawrence Avenue.
On favor, carried. Councillor Bailao.
It's been going on for way too long.
Yes, Madam Speaker, this is a motion with regards to 4 new homes for marginalized seniors with mental health issues.
On favor, carried. Councillor Holland.
And so this is regarding declaring 1 week in August Caregiver Appreciation Week. And the motion is urgent because staff are able to prepare for a Caregiver Appreciation Week for early 2019.
On favor, carried. Councillor de Beermaker.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm asking permission to add an item on the agenda called repairing of Toronto and Region Conservation Authority owned heritage barn and dwelling at 6461 Steeles Avenue East. It's urgent because it's in a state of disrepair and may fall over.
On favor, carried. Councillor Cressy.
Thank you. This is urgent in order to secure parkland as part of the final bills for a development file.
On favor, carried. Councillor Grimes.
Hi, Madam Speaker. Yes, the motion to amend the Parks and Forestry Recreation Capital Budget for Etobicoke Valley Park. Parks plan, there's a playground going in that the staff need the money moved.
On favor, carried. Councillor McMahon.
Oh, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This is my motion. We're just rejigging some funding so we can get Fairmount Park Playground and Woodbine Park Playground finished this year. And that's like your support.
On favor, carried. Councillor Wong Tam.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. This motion is urgent because we need to add additional funds to finish the tender for the new renovations at James Canning Gardens.
On favor, carried. Councillor Bailao.
Yes, Madam Speaker. This is a motion for the installation of traffic control signal. This is a report that we didn't have, staff didn't have an opportunity to put it through Community Council. It is supported by staff, and that's why it's here.
On favor, carried. Okay, there's going to be, at one point tomorrow, I will announce to members of council that we will cut off members' motions. Unless it's an urgent matter by staff, there won't be any more members' motions. So I will at one point tomorrow make that. Unless city staff are requesting settlement, other than that, there won't be any more members' motions. No. Okay, if we can put the names on the screen. Councillor Fletcher.
Burnside just reminded me and asked me, what might we be going to the Danforth for lunch tomorrow, and would everybody be invited? So there is an idea that those of us who would like to leave council and have a lunch on the Danforth, please, Councillor Fragadax and I and the BIA would very much like it if you could join us there. So if you could let us know if you would like to go, then we'll make sure we get everything booked, please, because we'd like to book the number of seats. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Councillor Hart to speak. Did you speak?
Yes.
Okay, your name wasn't taken off. Okay, Councillor Ford to speak.
Are you done, Speaker?
Counselor Ford?
Oh, I withdrew my name a little while ago. I'm okay.
Well, wait a minute, where are we here? No, Counselor DeGiorgio already spoke, so can we put up the,
No, I want to hear Anthony again.
Yeah, you weren't on the list.
Yeah,
You
I
missed
know.
it, Joe. You missed it already.
That's all right.
Your button's still on. It's off now. Yeah, there's some.
Okay, I think we're at Counselor Fletcher. Pardon? Well, I don't know. I'm going to what's on the screen. So, Counselor Ford, you took your name off? Okay. Counselor Algemari, your name is there. So, Counselor Fletcher is next. Counselor Fletcher?
Yes, I was having my motion amended. Sorry. I'll just take my name off and move it down. That's fine. I'm done. I'm down the list now.
Yes. Counselor McMahon, yes.
Sorry, my name was after Councillor Thompson's name before the break, so I'm not sure what happened.
Well, I don't know what happened, but do you want to speak now?
Yes, I would like that, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. So this has been a great debate, and it's nice to see such support and passion right across the council floor on this. And my residents are asking for action, and that's, I'm happy to support most of the motions. People are wondering how people obtain guns in the city, and it's something we're looking at. Closer to home, I want to say that the Danforth, sorry, Councillor Grimes. I'm speaking. I have the floor. Thank you, and I'm speaking. So there's the community we have, the Danforth, I call it the Danny, other people call it the Danforth. It's supported by many, many councillors in this room, and it's basically the lifeline of the East, and it's a vibrant place, it's a safe place, and it's a diverse place, and it will continue to be that because we will ensure that it continues to be that. And even closer to home, I'd like, if we could put the picture on the screen. It's on. So I just wanted to speak. Sorry, Madam Speaker, I am speaking about one of the victims.
Counselor Layton, please. Counselor Layton.
Counselor Layton. Counselor Layton.
Come on.
I'm speaking about...
And Counselor Cressy.
So I just, closer to home, I'd like to speak about this young girl. She's a free spirit. She's a zany character. She's a popular babysitter. She's a fun friend. She's a junior politician. She's a sister. She's a daughter. She's a sharp student and a Malvern High School graduate who was headed to McMaster to study nursing, of all careers. A sweet soul, a kid who was just eating ice cream, out with her friends for her birthday. A vibrant young woman who was robbed of her life at 18 years of age. Rest in peace, Reese Fallon.
Thank you. Counselor Perks.
Thank you, Speaker. This has been a very difficult day and conversation for all of us, and I'm sure all over the city people are having conversations like this one. When we have a period of gun violence, as we have in the city of Toronto, there is a desire, an urgency, a need that we all feel as those of us who represent Torontonians, an urgent need to do something. But listening to the conversation, I think when we react out of that urgent need, sometimes we just jump at the first available idea. And often, being human beings, the first available idea is not the best one. It's just simple, blunt force, do something. And I would say that too many of the things I have heard in this debate have been that blunt imposition of state force to try to control the very deep and ongoing problems of violence in our community. To get to the real solutions, we have to step back and resist that urge to act the fastest, hardest way you can. We have to ask ourselves, why? What possesses a young man to pick up a gun and murder somebody? It's so far outside our laws, our norms, our taboos, the values of our society, the things all of us hold dear. What puts someone so far outside that? And I think a key to understanding that is that for many people in our community, those norms, laws, and taboos don't offer them much. They don't offer them equal participation in our society. They don't offer them the opportunities of our society. They don't offer them the same wealth as other members of our society have. Many of the laws, norms, and behaviors of our society actually exclude people and tell them you are not part of our society. To understand the roots of violence, we have to ask ourselves what it is to live in poverty, what it is to be a racialized person in our society, what it is to be a young man in a culture that promotes male violence, what it is to live in a society that fetishizes violence and guns. And we have to start to think, rather than imposing yet more violence, yet more surveillance, yet more social exclusion on those communities, what actually gets them to believe in the value of our lives. To say, I will never pick up a gun. To believe that by following the rules, you have a hope of being an equal member of our society. To believe that there aren't barriers to fully enjoying the fruits of the wealth that we have in the City of Toronto. Those are the things we need to invest in if we want to stop the next young man from picking up a gun. Ask yourself this simple question. If you live in one of the communities where we're considering watching you, listening to you, and sending in yet more men and women with guns, what does that tell you about your social worth? What does it tell you about our values when we solve a problem by sending in people with guns to control you? Does that discourage you? No, it does not. The rush to do something, to reassure Torontonians, I understand that. But don't take the easy, blunt tool. Think of those programs that we can have that divert people from those choices, that make people believe in the norms of our society, that make people believe they are welcome and equal participants in our society. If we invest in those programs, if we tell Torontonians who are potentially on the path to violence, there's a better way and you're welcome to participate in it, and we want you to participate in it, and we as a society will dedicate resources to having you participate in our society, then we are on the road to actually solving gun violence.
Councillor Hodjamary.
Thank you. We've heard many things today and learned many things during our questioning of staff. One of the things, oh yes, thank you for the reminder. I have a motion to amend Councillor Mamalides' motions. It's wordsmithing. Okay, George?
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Counselor. Read your motion.
Yeah,
You're not
Councillor
here to
Mamalidi had
ask
told me that
questions.
he was okay with it. So we've heard many things today, and one of the things we learned is that half the guns used in crimes in the city are lawfully purchased, and that the other half are probably brought in through border crossings from the U.S. We've learned that we are the city's largest landlord and provide about just over 4% of Toronto's population with housing, and that 1% of these people are considered vulnerable. That is a huge number of people. And our head of TCH has asked for greater efficacy and greater tools at her disposal in order to help with eviction and make them more timely. And that's what this motion of Councillor Mamalides and my amendment does. So we've heard from our experts, and in particular Mr. Brillinger, that we have failed the public by not assuring that we have a serious, solid stream of funding in order to combat the root causes of gun violence in our city, particularly youth violence, and those are racism and poverty. Now, I've always said that a good anti-poverty strategy must necessarily include a tri-governmental funding model so that you have all members of all levels of government together in an anti-crime initiative. Now, this is what our communities are craving. Certainly, I don't believe the police should be omitted from this initiative. And I speak as the daughter of a police officer, and I was raised in a culture of respect for police because both my father and my uncle, who have both passed away now, were very dedicated officers. And I was always taught to respect the law, and I have built up over the years a very good relationship with 31 Division, even more so recently. We have, in our community in Ward 9, over the years, developed a micro approach to fighting youth violence. We have developed housing communities where there is virtually no crime. We do that by supporting the local youth. One summer, for example, was our most successful summer. The first summer we got jobs for every adolescent in the Jane Magellan community. 98 jobs for 98 kids. It was a game changer. Another community I spoke of the other day, Palisades Co-op on Wilson. They have computers, after-school programs, everything the kids could possibly want and need. Zero crime in that community. Roding Place, another community, Toronto Community Housing project on Wilson Avenue, built with a mix of incomes, a mix of people, a mix of ages. It works. It's healthy. And that's what I think we don't do enough of. I questioned the police chief about the Neighborhood Resources Officer program. The expansion of this pilot project, as he described it, is absolutely necessary to the health of our communities. We've worked together with police for decades. I, too, as has Councillor Cole, attended far too many funerals of children shot down in our communities. In some of our communities, the situation is becoming less and less of a problem. In some, it's growing exponentially. And that is what I think that people are grabbing onto today. The bottom line in all of this is the issue that community investment is of the ultimate importance in what we do. And this investment will come in many forms. If we don't put in the money and time and care at all government levels for this investment, we will be back here having the same conversation years from now.
Thank you. Councillor Mamalidi has a question for you.
I do. I'll try and make it quick. I don't seem to have a problem with the amendment to the motion. It's just that you take the words criminal behavior out. And I just want to remind you that one of the reasons that it's in there is because TCHC is having difficulty with the heroin dens, people that are using, leaving the door open and using their apartments to shoot up and sleep it off, right? And so that's criminal behavior.
Yes. What I wanted to convey is that people needed to be convicted before we evict them.
But
They
it's
need to be
becoming
convicted of these offenses.
But it's becoming a real issue with that activity, even though the leaseholder may not be participating. So, well, they're participating in the sense that they're allowing them in to do their work. That's why they wanted that language in there, to take care of that issue.
But Councillor, through you, Speaker, you can't evict someone if they haven't been convicted.
Yeah, you can, and that's the language that I think needs to happen in the amendments to the legislation, so that TCHC feels comfortable enough to say, yeah, this is no longer a place of residence. It's a place where you're getting high with all your friends and the gangbangers that seem to be coming into the unit.
But you have to prove that in court and be charged. You can't
They
evict
want to be
someone
able to
without charge.
evict tenants that are using their
Yeah,
their
okay, we're
apartment.
getting into like, the two of yous are having a nice conversation, so
Matt,
maybe,
Why every time I got up?
well, no, it's just that
Seriously, like,
you're not clarifying the.
It is.
the-
She's amending my motion.
No, but it's not clarification.
She's amending my motion, and I'm talking about the
I know,
amendment.
Councillor Mamalidi, I know.
If anything, this is exactly what I'm doing. I'm talking about her amendment of the words she's taken out and the logic for it.
And she's
Why
explaining.
are you doing this? Because you don't want to hear what I have to say? Seriously. So why are you doing it with me? Everybody's heckling. Why is it just,
No.
why are you doing this?
No, Councillor Mamalidi, I think that you've asked Councillor Ajamari the question. She's
I'm
explained
asking
it
her
to
if
you.
she would reconsider putting the other words back in, as well as the
Madam Speaker,
conviction.
you cannot evict someone. You cannot evict someone if they haven't been charged. Can you imagine what that will lead to?
So here's the other scenario as to
Okay,
why that's there.
that was it, that was your last question.
Of course,
Councillor Burnside, you have a question, clarification?
Hopefully it's clarification. Through you. So just to honestly to understand this, we'll use the heroin den as an example, just because I'm trying to understand where you're coming from. Apart from the fact that who can or can't be convicted, ultimately I would think goes to the Landlord-Tenant Bureau, but on one hand, but would you see something like that as a problem in TCHC buildings, these sort of heroin dens? And it's not a trick question. So would you see that as an issue?
Well, of course.
Okay, so then that leads me to my question for the clarification, which is, much of the debate in the city is not criminalizing that behavior, and the police not actually laying charges for heroin use. So can you help me with that? Because I don't know how to vote, because if the police aren't
Okay.
going to charge, you're not going to get a conviction, but you see that as a problem. So that's where I'm having a bit of difficulty.
The head of TCH came before us today and asked us and said that she could use our help, and this is how Councillor Mamalidi got the idea for his motion, that he would help, yes, that we would help with tools at our disposal, and one of the tools she mentioned was that the provincial legislation ought to be altered so that she can make evictions faster. That's it. She can make them go faster, more timely. You cannot evict someone. This is another issue now. You cannot evict someone if they haven't been convicted. If they've been charged, you can't evict them. You need to be, no, you cannot.
That's not really for us to decide.
Right. That's another issue.
Getting into it, yeah. Oh, sorry.
Trying to understand that. So forget what they we think they can and can't, because you're more of an expert than me for sure. But do you see the problem I would have if you think it's something that we shouldn't be tolerating, yet the police aren't going to charge?
We don't deal with police charging in this motion.
Okay.
We deal with tenants who have been convicted of offenses,
Okay.
specifically related to guns, gangs, and drug trafficking.
Okay, Councillor.
Okay.
Councillor Wong Tam, do you need clarification?
Yes, I just want to understand, Councillor Audrey, are you trying to avoid wrongful and illegal convictions if there are no legitimate grounds for that?
Well, yes.
And are you also trying to restrict...
And racist ones, too.
Okay, thank you. And are you also trying to restrict any discretionary judgments that may come from the categorization of what constitutes as criminal behavior?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
And Councillor, finally, my last question is, Councillor, because unit takeovers are so common in TCHC buildings and there are so many vulnerable tenants that do have their units taken over, would it be possible that these discretionary evictions based on what is perceived as criminal behavior could lead to the wrongful conviction of the person who is actually most vulnerable, that perhaps the senior who's been already the subject of a takeover?
Absolutely. If it's a senior speaker and the unit has been taken over by people who run the opium dens, for example, and the heroin addicts, the senior is not at fault. The senior ought to be protected.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Fletcher. Come on, members, we want to finish this item.
You know, Speaker,
Councillor Fletcher?
I do know we want to finish this item.
Okay.
But it's actually an important question.
Yes, go
because
ahead.
This isn't the
Clarification.
first time, Councillor Ajamari, that we've had this conversation about evictions in Toronto Community Housing. I think we had, as you recall, a long conversation previously about the number of N6 and N5 evictions. N6, which is something that gets to the tribunal, I'm sure you're aware, has to do with criminal activity,
Yes.
not being convicted. And 7 has to do with being not well or mentally ill or not able, being a vulnerable person. They take these on 2 different tracks. This is particularly, as I understand it, regarding those who've been involved in criminal activity. Are you aware that TCHC does not require, or any other provider, a conviction in order to proceed after a number of incidents on an N6?
I was not.
That was here a year ago. We determined that with TCHC, is your understanding the same as mine, that what Ms. Milsom would like is that once it gets to the tribunal, that it's expedited when they have an N6 that has a lot of support, including police, at the tribunal that are giving evidence.
Okay, Madam Speaker, if it's all right with you and your indulgence, can I just take a few moments and change a couple of words on this according to what we've just learned? Thank you so much.
Thank me, George.
Fletcher to speak.
I do have a motion there, Speaker. Right there. And that is a revite of a 2008 motion which asked for the same thing. And our city manager found the report that was written that never got sent to executive. But I think it's time 10 years later to actually ask what types of things that this corporation is doing. Since we are the shareholder, it is ours, and I think we have a great interest in how things are going there. Before I start my remarks on the larger part, I just want to thank everyone for their outpouring of care and support for the situation and the terrible tragedy that we've had on the Danforth, starting on Sunday night and only opened yesterday. And to thank the mayor for being there, coming to the street so many times. And I do hope that many of you will come tomorrow for lunch. I know that the street itself, those in Riverdale, will feel buoyed by that because they're very worried that they'll be alone. And Danforth is strong. Tomorrow night, there will be a walk and a vigil for Danforth Strong along the route of the terrible shooting, and with a vigil at the Alexander the Great Parkette starting at 7 o'clock. So I'll excuse myself before 7 to get there. I just want to highlight a couple of things. In particular, that I found Councillor Cole's remarks today very enlightening on this. Councillor Cole and I have had many discussions about the difficulties in a particular building. I may have spoken about that building previously, but when Councillor Moscow was here, I visited that building with him to find that things were deteriorating in a seniors building. Decisions were made to move people other than seniors into a building, to move people, vulnerable people, into the building. It has not recovered. He tells me that an entire floor has been taken over by drugs and other illegal activity. The seniors at that time were sleeping on their lazy boys because they were afraid of bed bugs that had been dragged in by people bringing things off the street. That was 8 years ago. We still have these types of deep-going problems. I also am struck by Councillor Ajameri talking about jobs. What are the jobs that young folks are getting in our communities, in our poorest communities? Where's the training? What does that program look like? We think we're doing a lot, but are we doing enough with the instruments that we have in our communities and where people are struggling and where they face great challenges? But foremost, I want to say it's about people. I know we're talking about technology and something that's on the roof and it tells you if a gunshot went off. I actually believe it's about people. It's about those officers that have been in Rivertown now for a number of years, since we've had Peggy Smith gunned down in the Crossfire, since we've had a whole number of strafings, since we have a lot going on that are in there day in and day out. Are there problems there? Yes. Have there been any of this gunfire and violence? No. Is somebody watching? Yes. Is this the way to operate? Yes. I don't think they need IT on the roofs. They actually want cameras, but they want working cameras and they want working lights, but they don't need to know if there's shots fired so people can rush there. My goodness, the police already know where those hot spots are. They know already. As the chief said, they know who the folks are. This leads me to one other issue, which is the police know, but the relationship, the structure between our divisions and Toronto Community Housing, there is a chasm there. And I know that from my very own work, even through the deputy city manager, where there's supposed to be weekly meetings. There aren't weekly meetings. There's supposed to be monthly meetings. There aren't monthly meetings. There's changes constantly, and there's not a clear management around hot spots and dealing with troubled individuals so that the rest of these communities can live and have a good life. And I will not be supporting new technology. I will be supporting people.
Thank you, Councillor Fletcher. Okay, our last speaker before the mayor would be Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I wasn't going to speak until I heard Councillor Perks say how it was not the right approach to be sending people in with guns. What does it say to those who live in those communities? Well, many of those people living in those communities actually want to feel safe and they want to feel secure and they want a police presence. And I listened very carefully what Councillor Ajameri said. You know, she talked about the community resource officers and the importance that they play in building relationships. And when I was on the school board, we had school resource officers in the schools, which have since been taken out by the Toronto District School Board, and that's a big mistake. So, you know, I think, you know, this is, as has been said by many of my colleagues here with much more experience that I have in terms of dealing with these communities and with this sort of issue. But this is a complex issue. It requires relationship building. It also requires jobs. You know, the one experience I had was I have a Toronto Community Housing in my area, and we had there was a barbecue. I think it was a summer ago, And, you know, there were the guys with the hoods were hanging around, and there was a young man in the doorstep, a young man meaning a 12-year-old. And it was pointed out to me how he will be recruited at 12 and 13, and this is when they get sucked in. And, you know, these kids, it's great that 92 kids got jobs, you know, and what they need is they need opportunity. You know, jobs are needed, opportunity is needed, relationships are needed, more police are needed. You know, I think Chief Saunders is doing a great job, but we do need more police. He does need more officers. We're throwing 200 more officers on the streets. We're not throwing 200 more officers on the streets. We're taking 200 existing officers and we're making them do more. They're burnt out and they're losing their vacation time. They're losing their time off and they're worn out, and morale isn't great. They do need more resources. And you know what? I listened to everything Councillor Fletcher said, and I agreed with everything she said until she said no to the technology. You know what? I'm not a police expert. Chief Saunders is a police expert, and I'm going to go with him. And so if he says he needs something to help combat crime in the city, that's fine with me. You know, I guess just the last thing I would say, there's a flurry of motions here. They're all very well intentioned, and I commend my colleagues for coming up with them. The one I suppose that I am most supportive of is the one from Councillor Thompson, who, you know, he has an idea to bring together all of these different groups, you know, from those that have been affected and been at the wrong end of the justice system, those who have experienced incarceration, you know, youth who we want to avoid experiencing incarceration, get the police services, get people together in a room and start strategizing. It's one thing for us to strategize here one day, but we really need a comprehensive plan going forward. I thank Councillor Thompson for that motion. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. So Councillor Campbell was the last speaker. Mayor Tory.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. This is it's obviously an urgent issue, and it's one that has taken up a lot of our attention, and properly so. And the challenge, and it's really a lot of what's been debated in here today, has been to get the balance right. I've talked, whether it's 3 or 6, I've talked about 3 different areas that we need to act on in order to make sure we can satisfy the. I have a motion. I'm sorry. Where is it now? Oh, I handed it in. There it is. So it's up there, and I'll talk about how I got to that in a moment. The balance that I've talked about is a balance as between, and this is not an exhaustive list, but I think it covers many things: community investment, justice system and legal problems with the law, and then police resources. And I'll start with police resources. I am strongly in favor of the Chief's plan that he is implementing now, and I think that Councillor Mamalides' motion will maybe speed up the first 100 of what are going to be 200 officers hired this year and next, because the police chief said today that he's going to do the same thing next year. And I think that is needed because there are many members of the service leaving by attrition, but it can still be done within the context of the modernization plan. So I'm supportive of that. I'm supportive of the short-term efforts, and they're part of this package, to put the people in on an 8-week basis to help to calm things in the city during a period that we were seeing of unusual activity. That's prior to last Sunday. And I'm supportive as well, though, of the technology he's asked for. The derivation of these things coming to City Council is very simple. I went to him and I said, when the motion was passed at the last meeting, moved by Councillor Crisanti, to have this so-called emergency meeting, what did the chief need in order to make sure that he could get his job done and suppress the gun violence in the city? And he answered a number of things. He answered that he needs some specialized human resource help with things like guns and gangs and digital people, because they understand the way in which they're going to gather intelligence. But he also said more cameras, by and large deployed in public places like we've done in the entertainment district very successfully, and the ShotSpotter technology. And as some others have said, I think it was Councillor Campbell that just said it, Chief Saunders is my police expert. That doesn't mean he's always right about everything, but he is the police expert I turn to as the Chief of Police, appointed by the Police Services Board to be our expert, and he has a whole bunch of people he relies upon, including his peers in other police services around North America. So when he said he needed this technology, when the cost was reasonable, when it was accompanied at the Police Services Board by a more fulsome report that's going to come this fall, accompanied by a discussion of oversight, I was with Councillor Campbell. This is what I want to give the chief, because this is what he says he needs in order to do the job. So that's police resources. Community investment, I pointed out earlier on today, and actually it ended up being Councillor Mamalides that asked a question of Councillor Matlow, Madam Speaker, when he was up, and the fact of the matter is that we are allocating to people with mental health issues, to people with employment challenges, to people with mentoring needs. $30 million out of this program is going to address expansions to enhancements to those programs. The single biggest component by far of what it is we're doing today, and quite properly so. Because as Councillor Matlow said, I agree with him, that this is and many others have said so in here today, this is the work we're going to do now that is going to turn around and affect positively, as I've heard in the last 2 weeks as I've been going to round table with young people. They believe these programs are turning their lives around and giving them a chance to come out of hopelessness and to come out of difficult circumstances and actually have a chance at the opportunity that is Toronto. And so these programs, I think, are vital. We tried to pick the ones we're going to apply to the federal government that are the most effective, ones that are working now, including some that can produce some results this summer for kids who can actually be for the balance of the summer in jobs. And so we've done a great deal of that, but that should not be done instead of providing the resources to the police service that they say the chief says he needs, and which, by the way, is in place in 90 other cities in North America and has been found to be very effective to the point where one of the major police chiefs said, as the chief said, it was the single biggest contributor to reduce gun violence. Now, on the matter of a gun ban, I'm going to vote for it because I've said in the last number of days, and I repeat here today, I said before when I found out it was a huge problem with people buying 10 guns and trafficking them, why on earth would anybody need to have 10 guns in the city of Toronto? Well, I've now amended that because, quite frankly, I posed the question the other day to myself, and I ended up posing it in the media, why does anybody need to have a gun in the city of Toronto, aside from police officers and very narrowly specified others like people in security trucks and whatnot? And it's a very narrow definition for a good reason, because, quite frankly, people in the city of Toronto don't need handguns. But because I'm concerned, Madam Speaker, about the degree to which that will be embraced, notwithstanding the encouraging comments of the Minister today and all the sort of timetable that it takes to get something like that passed, if it ever gets passed, I'm moving this motion because I think there's some things we can do, if I can just have 30 seconds, Madam Speaker, that are essential to move now that could be in the legislation that is still before Parliament. Toughening up substantially on gun trafficking, because that's a major problem. You heard the police chief talk about that today. Toughening up on the sentencing, applying the resources so they can go after this domestic gun trafficking. And finally, making much more stringent the tests that are applied to people who have a history of mental illness or have a history of domestic violence when they come in to apply to get a firearm. And I think these are things they could do in this legislation now that would help to make that legislation better and more effective and address the problem we're all here to address. But I tried very hard in trying to pull together something that would come, and our staff worked hard as well. We all worked together with the police, with the community agencies and so on, to come up with a balanced package that addressed police resources, including technology, that addressed things we could do with bail and gun laws, and that addressed, most importantly, community investment. And so I'm asking people to support many of these motions today, but to support the core package because I think it'll make a positive difference. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Okay, so we'll put the motion, the voting in order on the screen. Councillor DiCiano, point of order.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm just going to, I've gone through all the motions, and in an abundance of caution, I'm going to call a conflict on the motions put forward by Councillor Davis, as my father has a financial interest in the Pan Am shooting facility, which is essentially a gun club. So I'll leave it for that.
So he won't vote on that one. Pardon? Yes, yes. Okay, what, I don't understand. Councillor Ajamari?
Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to retract my amendment.
Yes,
Thank you.
It's been withdrawn. Okay, so are we, Okay, there's the order on the, on, just, those were advanced circulation, that's why they don't have numbers. So just take the ones that have numbers and letters. It's a lot faster if you put them in numerical order. It's so much faster. I had mine done a half hour ago. You'd be a smarter man. Okay, are we done? Okay. Our first motion, it's the Board of Health. So it's motion by Councillor Cressy. 2B. All in favor? Record it.
Councillor Crisanti, please.
The motion carries 43-2.
Okay, motion 1 by Councillor Matlow. Oh, sorry, I apologize. Item is amended. On favor? Carried. Our next motion is motion number 1 by Councillor Matlow. And we'll vote on them separately. Okay, number 1 first. Yes. Okay, number 1 first, recorded vote.
Councillor Mihevc, please.
Part 1 of the motion carries 44 to 1.
Okay. 2, recorded vote.
Councillor Ainsley, please.
Part 2 of the motion does not carry. The vote is 12 to 33.
Okay. The other part, put on the screen. Recorded vote. So we're voting on number 3 now.
Councillor Mammoliti, Mayor Tory, please.
Part 3 of the motion carries unanimously 45 in favor.
Okay, our next motion is motion 5 by Councillor Shan. Recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Palacio, please.
Motion number 5 carries 44 to 1.
Motion 7 by Councillor Mihevc.
Councillor Karygiannis, thank you. Councillor DiGiorgio, please.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 15 to 30.
Motion 2A by Councillor Cressy. Recorded vote. Oh, okay, how do you want them split? Okay, so 1, 2, 3, and then 4 separately? Okay, so we'll vote on 1, 2, 3. Recorded vote.
Councillor Mammoliti, please. Thank you.
Parts 1 to 3 do not carry. The vote is 41 to 4.
Okay, part 4. Recorded vote.
Part 4 of the motion carries 38 to 7.
Motion 3A by Councillor Mammoliti. Recorded vote.
Councillor Fillion, please.
Motion 3A carries 42 to 3.
Motion 3B by Councillor Mammoliti. Recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Perruzza.
Motion 3B carries 42 to 3.
Motion 3C by Councillor Mammoliti. Councillor Ford, you'll have to get home early tonight. I don't know, how old is Jonathan?
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Wong Tam, please.
Motion 3C does not carry. The vote is 8 to 37.
Okay, could Councillor Ford, can you move a motion that we finish this item voting? All in favor? Carried. Motion 3D by Councillor Mammoliti. Recorded vote.
Councillor McMahon, please. Councillor Shan.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
Motion 3D carries 24 to 21.
Motion 3E by Councillor Mammoliti. Lack of parenting.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Matlow and Councillor Ashamari. Thank you.
The motion does not carry. The vote is 11 to 34.
Lack of, I can't believe that, okay. Where? Okay, Councillor Shiner, what is the issue?
I'm wondering if my colleague wanted to withdraw her remarks in all seriousness.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Motion 3G by Councillor Mammoliti. Recorded vote.
Councillor Palacio, please.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Motion 3G does not carry. The vote is 22 to 23.
Okay. Motion 4A by Councillor Palacio. Recorded vote.
Councillor Fletcher, please.
Motion 4A carries 44 to 1.
Motion 4B by Councillor Palacio. Recorded vote.
Councillor Cole, please.
Councillor Kelly and Councillor Pasternak, please.
Motion 4B carries unanimously, 45 in favor.
Motion 4C by Councillor Palacio. Recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis, please. Councillor Thompson, Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Perruzza, could we have your vote, please?
The motion carries 44 to 1.
Motion 6 by Counselor Troisi, recorded vote.
Motion 6 carries unanimously, 45 in favor.
Motion 8 by Counselor Crescenty, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor Wong-Tam, please. Deputy Mayor, please.
Councillor DiCiano, please. Councillor Robinson.
Motion 8 carries unanimously, 45 in favor.
Motion 9-8 by Counselor Wong-Tam, recorded vote. We've already started. You have to tell me in advance, Counselor Holliday.
Gangbangers, they lock up their,
Councillor Crescenty, please.
Tell the clerk.
Motion 9A carries 40 to 5.
Motion 9B by Counselor Wong-Tam, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor DeGiorgio, Councillor Davis, Councillor Karygiannis, please.
Councillor DiCiano, please. Councillor Cole. Councillor Palacio.
Councillor Davis.
Motion 9B carries 44 to 1.
Motion 9C by Counselor Wong-Tam, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Shiner, please. Councillor Karygiannis.
Councillor Robinson, Councillor Cole, Councillor Burnside. Councillor Crescenty, please. Councillor Burnside.
Motion 9C carries 41 to 4.
Motion 9D by Counselor Wong-Tam, recorded vote.
Councillor DiCiano, please. Councillor Crisanti. Councillor Palacio.
Motion 9D carries 44 to 1.
Motion 10 by Councillor Karygiannis. Recorded vote.
Councillor Wong Tam, please. Councillor Doucette, Councillor Shiner.
Motion 10 carries 35 to 10.
Motion 11 by Councillor Perruzza. Recorded vote. Do we need a recorded vote for the rest of them? Why?
Councillor Mammoliti, please.
Motion 11 carries 44 to 1.
Motion 12 by Councillor DiCiano. Recorded vote. No, it's not. It's not.
Councillor Karygiannis, please.
The motion carries 44 to 1.
Motion 13A by Councillor Davis. Recorded vote.
Councillor Karygiannis, please.
Motion 13A carries 38 to 6.
Motion 13B by Councillor Davis. Recorded vote.
Councillor Burnside, please. Councillor Crisanti, thank you.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Motion 13B carries 23 to 21.
Motion 13C by Councillor Davis, recorded vote.
Councillor Fillion, please. Councillor Crisanti.
Motion 13C carries unanimously, 45 in favor.
Motion 14 by Councillor Bailao, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Shiner.
Motion 14 carries 33 to 12.
Motion 15 by Councillor Thompson. Recorded vote.
Councillor Kelly, Councillor Shiner, and Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Robinson, please. Councillor Crisanti.
Motion 15 carries 44 to 1.
Motion 17 by Councillor Fletcher, recorded vote.
Councillor Perruzza, please. Councillor Pasternak.
Motion 17 carries 44 to 1.
Motion 18 by Mayor Tory, recorded vote. We're already voting.
Councillor Perruzza, please.
Councillor Holland, please. Councillor Crawford.
Motion 18 carries 44 to 1.
Okay, now, Councillor Palacio, on motion 1 by Councillor Matlow, he voted in error, so he would like it reopened. Moved by Councillor Ford, all in favor, carried. Okay, recorded vote, that's on motion 1 by Councillor Matlow, the first part. It was carried, it was only one member that voted no to it.
Councillor Layton, please.
Councillor DiCiano, please.
Part 1 of motion 1 carries unanimously, 45 in favor.
Item as amended, recorded vote.
Councillor Doucette, please.
The item is amended, carries unanimously, 45 in favor.
Councillor Cressy, you have a motion to introduce the confirming bill.
I do, Speaker, that leave be granted to introduce a bill to confirm to the point of the introduction of this motion the proceedings of City Council meeting 44 on July the 23rd and 24th, 2018.
Shall leave be granted to introduce this bill, recorded vote?
Councillor Kelly, please. Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Layton.
The motion to introduce the confirming bill carries unanimously, 43 in favor.
Shall this bill be passed and declared as a bylaw, recorded vote?
Councillor Perks, please. Councillor Davis, Councillor Perruzza, Councillor Wong Tam, Councillor Bailao, Councillor Thompson, please. Councillor Kelly, Councillor Karagianis.
Councillor DeBaremaker, please. Councillor Fagadakis, please.
Motion to enact the confirming bill carries unanimously, 43 in favor.
Okay, thank you, members of council. Recess to tomorrow, 9:30.